Well, well, well. We finally have pretty much our first official, it seems like, press conference of by Brian Schottenheimer this year. I mean, last year it seemed like he was talking a lot more. It seemed like he was talking before almost every one of these OTA practices. But today, we finally get Brian Schottenheimer speaking. Now, of course, y'all know how I do this. I haven't actually listened to it. I've kind of seen some of the things that he's said, and it looks like he's kind of giving an update on George Pickens. And not only George Pickens, but also other things that are going on out there in the Cowboys news. But nevertheless, we are going to listen to this Brian Schottenheimer's press conference in its entirety, and we are going to react live as we listen to some of the things that he has to say about the Dallas Cowboys. So, you know what that tells me, Dallas Cowboy fans? It is getting closer and closer. Here comes the NFL season. Let's go! It is time to talk Dallas Cowboys. What is going on? So glad that we finally get to hear some stuff from Brian Schottenheimer. No speculation. Brian Schottenheimer will be giving it to us. I mean, he'll be telling us as much truth as he possibly can. But let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live at 2:30. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? Oh, we have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Man, the show is going to be loaded today. We are going to be listening to the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. I'm sure some of y'all have already listened to it, but y'all know it's always different when you listen to it with me and the best chat on YouTube. It's different. So we're going to listen to the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. We are going to react live. Then we are going to, of course, he's talking about George Pickens, and I'm going to talk some more George Pickens news. We're going to talk about the London contract. We're going to talk about the Watson. This Watson contract, it's insanity. Then we're going to talk about Micah Parsons, his return, and also his hypocrisy. Also, I want to talk about Ryan Flanoy, and then we'll talk somewhat about the new receiver the Dallas Cowboys have signed. So that's going to be the show for today. I actually got a couple other things I'm going to lump in there. So it's a loaded show. We're early, so we got plenty of time. Man, y'all buckle up, buckle in, get your food, get your popcorn, get your drink, whatever you do, because it is going to be a great show, and we're going to take our time today. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get this roll call. I am ready to get this show on the road. What is going on, Timothy Johnson? First one in the chat, good to see you. What is going on, Frank Lawrence? He said, like, share, super chat, subscribe, join, let's go. What is up, real estate vet? Tony needs Mo, what is going on? Jabril Quinn, what's going on? Mark Davis, keep it up on that fragrance channel, I see you. Happy Thursday, Dominique, what's going on? My sister, Angie the Rubber Chicks, my unofficial co-host. What's going on? I'm sure you at the JOB. What up, Freddie Morales? El Chuco in the crib. What up, Phyllis? Carl Williams, what is going on? It is the Queen, my sister. What is going on? 72 Chevelle, what up, Ronnie Dub? You know what? It was raining over here just a second ago. It was raining a second ago, but it stopped. So yeah, I'm with you. Pray for our signal too. I know what you're talking about. I definitely know what you're talking about. What's going on, Brian Worley? What up, Nisi? So good to see you. Boy, hold on. Nisi said, boy, when I decide to take a vacation, NFL wants to make trades and Dallas fans get mad. Shaking my head, we are never satisfied. Oh, I am so glad you're back. You can help me talk some sense into some of our Dallas Cowboy fans. Gregory Hicks, what is going on? Davaris Worley, what is going on? Thomas Goldring, Jacob Jackson, what is going on? Yeah, hey, I'm early. I'm early for sure. Definitely early. What is going on? JCT Slice, he said if Schotty does his job, we'll be a great team. The talent is there. We have that. If we can do the job, we'll get that ring for Dak. No doubt about it. Right. Man, we're going to get this show started. We'll catch other folks as they come in, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Best chat on YouTube. Early show today. All right, so again, I haven't listened to Brian Schottenheimer, so I'm ready to get into this. I saw it today somewhere around 1 o'clock, and I was like shocked because I remember last year, Brian Schottenheimer was talking every time the Cowboys, he was talking before every OTA. But I'll tell you this. I actually hope, for as much as I would like the content, I actually hope they keep this same energy. I think last year, I think they were actually being televised too much. I think they were opening up too many practices. And rather than it being like practice and people getting everything together, it seemed like people were more, it seemed like they were just kind of more focused on, hey, Schotty's the new coach. We got to show off our new coach and all of these different things. And I was kind of like, nah. I mean, okay, we got it. Brian Schottenheimer was new last year. Interview before every practice. Well, I'm kind of glad they're doing it the way they're doing it this year. Take away the cameras. Take away the cameras. Take away all the media. Just go out there and practice like a football team. That's what they need to do. They need to be less Hollywood, more football. They've done a great job of that this off season. They've done a great job of that. So now they just got to continue to dig in. Man, they got a lot of football to teach. We can't have another season. We can't have another season of a new defensive coordinator taking up to Thanksgiving to get it together. Now we need to be implementing this defense right now. And we need to allow them to do it in privacy rather than everybody always wanting to see everything. So as much as I would love the content, I love the way the Cowboys are doing this. Let's let them be a football team rather than a spectacle all the time. Rather than a spectacle. So
I want to congratulate Tad and the PR team on the...
Let's get in this thing with Brian Schottenheimer. Let's get into this thing with Brian Schottenheimer and really get this thing rocking and rolling. All right, let's get into this thing. This is Brian Schottenheimer. Let's go.
Annual Pete Rozelle Pro Football Writers Association Award. You guys think I do this all on just personality? It's the prep that you guys do for me. So yeah, golf clap. I like that. No, they do a great job.
We're fortunate to get to work with good people.
Don't make me cry.
He was talking about the meeting.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about you guys.
Calvin
Watkins, Dallas Morning News. George Pickens, has he been here this week with you guys?
No, he has not. As you guys know, it's voluntary. Communicated with GP yesterday. He's got a football camp this weekend that he's doing. So communication's been good, and as you guys know, it's voluntary, and he's taking care of his business.
Of those conversations, is it giving you an indication that he'll be here when it's the mandatory session?
No, we haven't discussed that, but I expect he'll be here, and I think he's in a good spot. But again, I know he's handling his business, and I know he misses his teammates. And so we miss him too. You guys know how we feel about him. We love him, and this is just part of the business.
Got one more. A lot of expectations on Caleb Downs, and we haven't had a practice.
Now let's hit on this thing real quick with George Pickens. What is going on? I see some more people have come in. Brent Davis, he said, I love your podcast. I appreciate you. Appreciate the support. What up, Michael Smooth? What is going on? Davio Wallace, Rico Jones. Good to see everybody. What is going on? Dolores Ennis, good to see you. What's going on, Richard Owens? Carl Williams. Now, let me be honest. For as much as I understand what's going on with George Pickens, as I talked about yesterday, George Pickens is responsible for the situation that George Pickens is in. And that's good and bad. I'm talking like from the perspective of sitting here having to do it one more year and prove it, but also from the perspective of, but he's so talented that he's getting the opportunity to prove it on the biggest stage and make $27 million. But I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to talk more about George Pickens in a moment. But I'm sure it's been a tough week for George Pickens. I'm sure it's been a tough week for George Pickens. See, when you're going through something, it's not as bad when a lot of people aren't talking about it. But when people keep reminding you of the very thing that you're struggling with, they don't realize it, but they make it harder for you to be able to deal with something. And the way people, one, they keep talking about George Pickens, and then number two, he keeps watching these other wide receivers get this money, and he knows he's better than these wide receivers. I know that's got to be frustrating for George Pickens. George Pickens is in a very tough spot right now. I know he is. And I'm going to show you something else that happened today, and it even makes me feel for George Pickens even more, as in the situation that George Pickens is in. But if I was talking to George Pickens as a father figure, a counselor, or whatever the case may be, I would tell George Pickens to shut out the noise. What God has for you, he has for you. You got to stay focused and don't let what the media is saying, don't let other people getting signed, don't let any of those things take you away from what you need to do. The worst thing George could do is get frustrated right now and decide not to show up for mandatory. The worst thing he could do is to show up and start showing out and doing silly things. It's the worst thing he could do. The best thing for George to do, stay focused. Your day is coming. You're going to get the bag. And I believe he's going to get the bag from the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think he's going to get this bag from someone else. I believe he's getting the bag from the Dallas Cowboys. He's got to stay the course. I know it's tough. When I talk about George Pickens, I don't want people to think that I don't understand, because I do understand as someone who has not been in that situation of making millions of dollars, but I've been in a situation where I've had to prove myself because of past behavior and association. And so I feel for George. George is going through it right now. You know, Brian kind of blows this off. He's like, yeah, he's got a football camp. A football camp? Come on, man. Stop it. But I understand the other part. He's handling his business. I understand it. Handling his business means not showing up the voluntaries also. That's a part of handling his business. I know what he's doing. I'm not showing up for anything voluntary. And even when I do show up, what I'm going to do, it may not be what everybody wants it to be. So we're going to see what iteration of George we're going to get. I know we're going to get George on his best behavior, but I don't know if we're going to get George participating a lot. So I understand exactly what, for as much as I can understand. But understand this, you don't always have to walk a mile in someone's shoes to totally understand. But I empathize with George. I empathize with him. I understand, as someone who's been in a similar situation with not as much money on the line, man, it's tough. When you mess up your reputation, it's hard to get a good one back. It's hard, man. It's hard to get a good one back. Biz Cut, you're not lying. It's gonna be a circus if he does. And Biz Cut, it's not good for George if he causes the circus. In actuality, it's better for George. It's better for George if he keeps all of that stuff at bay. Just stay in your purpose. Stay in your purpose. Stay in your own mind. Don't let people in there. Don't let people hold your feelings hostage. You understand what this is. Oh, man, Nisa, I would love to be the chaplain for the Dallas Cowboys. Shoo. Ooh-wee. Love to be the chaplain for the Dallas Cowboys. What is going on, Tatiana? Good to see you. All right. I understand where he is. We're going to talk a little bit more about George Pickens in a moment. Let's let Brian Schottenheimer continue.
Sometimes you feel like, let's slow down a little bit with the hype around him because we haven't been in pads and those times, even though you believe he's a smart guy and those kinds of things.
No, I think expectations on all high draft picks, Calvin, are real. They're all probably also a little bit too high. There is a transition period. There's going to be mistakes that are made. I thought one of the greatest compliments you could give a young player is they don't repeat mistakes. Like if you tell Caleb one thing, he's made mistakes throughout the course of phase 2 and OTAs, even the last couple of practices, but he doesn't make the same mistake twice. And I think that's a very, very thing for us and the Cowboy Nation. And because at the end of the day, you don't want guys that repeat mistakes because once you learn a skill set and you're corrected on something, it's cool to see them make those changes.
Clarence LLS, and before I get to my question, I want to piggyback on one of Calvin's questions.
Sure.
Pickens, what do you know about his throwing sessions with Dak, and did that stop when y'all started the OTAs and team stuff, or was that before, or are they still doing that?
Yeah, I mean, there's still communication going on. I'm not sure exactly what they do. You guys know Dak does a great job working with all the guys, whether they're here, whether it's this time of year, whether it's in the summer. They always go someplace. They'll go someplace this summer and train and throw, and it's a chance for them to develop their timing. But in terms of the specifics of it, I don't know exactly what that's looked like.
Housekeeping, who's going to be available to participate and that we're going to see out there, who's not because of injuries, and where are those guys at?
Yeah, you guys will see most of the guys in mock. We've got a few guys that we're going to be smart with, Ezaraku, Deron Bland, some guys like that, again, you'll see them throughout the next couple weeks advance into more individual drills and stuff like that, but a few of those guys we're going to be really smart with. But right now we're pretty healthy, and most of our guys are in a good spot. And the two that jump out at me right now would be Deron and Easy are the guys we're being mindful of.
As a head coach with a first-time coordinator, how do you handle?
Man, let me tell y'all something. Do y'all remember last season? Man, we were literally a hospital room. We were a hospital room last year. It seemed like we had all kinds of people trying to, they were injured, trying to rehab. Come to my mind, Trayvon Diggs. I think we had Diggs last year. It just seemed, Savon Revel Jr. I mean, who else did we have last year? It just seemed like we had a whole lot of people that we were trying to get back on the field. Oh, Demarion Overshown. I mean, it's like, man, we were a walking hospital room last year. Micah Parsons with the back issue, which I'm not sure that was a back issue, but it was just it just seemed like we were trying to deal with so many things last year. And really this year, in the grand scheme of things, it looks like it's basically Deron Bland. It's Deron Bland and Donovan Ezaraku. And I'm not as concerned about Donovan Ezaraku as I am concerned about Deron Bland. Because this seems to be an ongoing issue with Deron Bland. So I'm very concerned about Deron Bland. But I'm also thankful that we got Kobe Durant, Darian Kendrick. I'm glad, we got Devin Moore. I'm glad the Cowboys did exactly what I was talking about. Basically prepare like these guys aren't going to be here. So I'm actually glad that it's only these couple of people who are actually hurt. Yeah, he's that's actually hurt. Oh, Eddie said he don't got to say anything. It's the front office you hold your breath on. You know what? I'm going to tell you, I don't think they're going to say hardly a word this year. I don't think they're going to say a word. Yeah, I think they're trying to keep in communication. You know, they're trying to keep his spirits go up. Davion Wallace. We missed you too, Tatiana. Glad to see you. Definitely glad to see you. Again, I thought I ran you off trying to play matchmaker. So I'm glad to see you back. Glad to see you back. What's going on, Oliver Holmes? Good to see you. Chris Dunaway, what up? He said, don't forget to hit that like button. Yeah. Yeah, Angie, the year before with Zimmer, I mean, it was like we were a walking hospital room. It was crazy. Niecy said hospital room last year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. Man. I mean, we literally got two people. We literally got two people. And the thing that I'm encouraged by is, don't get me wrong, I'm a little bit perturbed that we paid Bland all of that money early. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I'm feeling a lot better because would I dare say that if the run Bland doesn't play, I feel like we'll be okay? I mean, am I the only one thinking like this? That if the run Bland wasn't ready for the season, I just believe we would be okay. I really do. Because I'm telling y'all, I want Devin Moore. I want Devin Moore to push Bland. I want him to push Bland so hard that the Cowboys consider that the Cowboys could actually consider trading Bland. I'm not saying I want them to, but I want Devin Moore to push him so hard that the Cowboys could actually say, maybe we split their time or whatever. I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm glad the Cowboys are in a better situation than last year because we were literally hoping and praying on Trayvon Diggs and Savon Revel Jr. Do we realize this? Do we realize this? We were literally wishing on a prayer last year of Savon Revel Jr. and Trayvon Diggs. Not this year. Not this year. Niecy said, Schotty didn't mention Overshawn. He needs to be watched too because he becoming a little Sean Lee-ish. Yep. I think he's going to talk about Overshawn in just a moment.
CP, it's his first time being a coordinator. Do you not say micromanage him? Do you oversee you? Do you let him have it and you take offense? How does that relationship go and how does that look on the practice field?
Yeah, I think I would say it's not as much about CP. It's more about what I've learned, going into year 2 as a head coach and doing the good, better, how on myself and areas where I feel like I could have been better last year in terms of early on. I spent so much time with the offense because Clayton was a new coordinator that I didn't really do as much on the defense. And then when the time I got over there, I felt like it was a little bit too late in some regards. We made some changes, but at the end of the day, the product wasn't good enough. I'm not a micromanager. I'm an opinion giver. And if I give you the same opinion multiple times, I suggest you follow through with those opinions. But CP's been great. Again, everything that we've experienced.
Wait. Don't let that go by. Follow this. Did y'all hear what he said? Follow this. He said he's an opinion giver. Guess who he kept giving his opinion to last year and they wouldn't listen? Matt Eberflus. That's who he's talking about. And he actually did try to micromanage Matt Eberflus. You want to know why he started micromanaging him? He had to micromanage him because he wasn't listening to the opinions. So Brian had to step into the room. And then when he started doing some of the things, he would only do them for a moment. And then he reverted right back to what he was. And this is when you start seeing, hey, man, get up in the booth. We don't even need you on the sideline. It was the beginning of the end. I see what's being said here. Yeah, he's not a micromanager. He's an opinion giver. Yeah. Basically, if I keep giving my opinion, that means you need to change. Well, Matt Eberflus didn't do that. That's exactly what he's talking about. But I don't think he has to worry about giving his opinion on to Christian Parker, because Christian Parker seems to fit what Schotty wanted to do all along. I believe Schotty was already wanting to do what he brought Christian Parker in to do, looking at the personnel of the team. Running that 3-4 defense, running 5-2, running though, disguising the coverages, disguising what you're going to do as far as blitzes. Schotty was already wanting to do that stuff. So I don't think he's going to have to do a lot of that with Christian Parker. So I think he's going to be good. Jeremy said that's why they made the moves they made and brought in the talent they got in the building. Yeah, talking about Deron Bland. Yeah, talking about Deron Bland. What's going on, 817, you dig? Frank Lawrence says this has to be a proven year for Deron Bland, G. We don't need a defensive back like Diggs who covered the blue injury tent but can't guard a receiver or play zone. I agree with you. I agree. What's going on, Anthony Herbert? Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. You dig? He said, we ready if Bland or any wide receiver doesn't play. Man, you ain't lying, boy. We have 12 wide receivers, bro. What is going on with that? What's going on, Jack Edmonds? Nisi said, gee, when people come through Jerry, they believe they don't have to listen. Nisi, we talked about that last year. Nisi, I believe it. Nobody told me, but I was saying it, and we were saying it last year. I believe Matt Eberflus was walking around in the building like his boo-boo didn't stink. I really do. I believe he was walking around in the building like his boo-boo didn't stink. He was walking around out there going, yeah, it's no big deal. We don't have the personnel, so I'm just going to run 97% zone. I'll make it until next year. It's not a big deal. Nobody's going to stop me. And then next year they'll get me the players and then we'll be better. So I'll roll a gutter ball this year and then we'll be better next year. And Brian Schottenheimer said, not on my watch. And I guarantee you, Brian Schottenheimer started giving those opinions. And the reason why I know he started giving those opinions, because the next thing you know, Brian Schottenheimer, I believe he shocked Matt Eberflus. By that Denver game, he was, and it might have been before the Denver game, he was in the defensive room. Yeah. I'm telling y'all, Brian Schottenheimer outsmarted Matt Eberflus. He outworked him. He absolutely outworked him. And I'm glad he did. He outworked him. And that's how he got Matt Eberflus. That's how he was able to get Matt Eberflus out of here. That's how he was able to get him. That's how he was able to get him out of here. And so I can see exactly what he is saying. Yeah, Nisi, that's exactly the issue. He came through Jerry. And that's why from this point forward, Jerry, even if he's giving the final say-so, Jerry needs to make sure. Jerry needs to make sure that everything comes through Brian, even if it doesn't. So you don't get somebody in here talking about or feeling like my boo-boo don't stink because Jerry brought me in and you can't fire me. Yeah, you can be fired too. You can be fired too. Demetrius said, G, can we block Clarence Hill portion of this interview? He sounds annoying and obnoxious. I think that's what he does. I think he prides himself on that type of stuff. I think he does. Nisi said, if our defense can't stop that Philly tush push, then CP is going to be on the hot seat with the entire year. The entire year would be. Hey, they will. They got Otito Ogbonnia. I think they're going to be great down there. I think they're going to be great down there. Angie, you know what? Flus thought he was going to be the head coach. You know what? He might have thought that. He might have actually thought that. Brian Schottenheimer had Brian Schottenheimer outsmarted Matt Eberflus. He outworked him. He outworked him.
That you guys have seen the way he runs the meeting, the way he communicates. He's and this is a compliment, a man of very few words. He doesn't need a lot of words to get his point across, and I'm really, really thrilled with what I see from our defense right now. It's been fun for me to talk to some of the offensive players, and they're excited as well.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. When you see the Rams acquire Myles Garrett the other day, got me thinking about the pass rush here. What's the confidence level that you guys have in what you have on hand now? Do you need to go out and add players? I know you're going to say it's 24/7 and you're always looking, but what's the confidence level you have in the guys in the building to be able to affect the quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start with Donovan Ezaraku going into year 2. I mean, there's a reason that we felt so highly of him last year, and then you look back at knowing that he played the last number of games with some ailments. You go out and you get a guy like Rashawn Gary, who I've been blown away by his professionalism, his leadership. He's a grown-ass man. You just watch him work, and he understands what work ethic takes to be a great player, and I'm really, really excited about that. Malachi Lawrence is picking it up really, really quickly. We're very excited about that. James Houston, there's a lot of guys, bringing T. Wheat back. And it is, we're going to go through this process. I'm very pleased with where we are. Marist is doing a great job for us at outside linebacker. He's had some really good rushes. Now, I say that, Todd, there's restrictions in OTAs of what you can do. Like, there's always a halo around the quarterback, but there's even more restrictions of it's not real football. It never will be real football. So I'm going to hold my praise, but I'm very pleased with the guys that we've added, and I'm pleased with the group.
Is it about?
Yeah, let me answer a question. Jabril said the front office will continue to destroy this team. Jerry, the owner and GM, so there's no accountability, and any GM that does what Jerry do would have been fired. Yeah, I say that in the past, but I do think Jerry has gotten, for whatever reason, ever since he hired Brian Schottenheimer, and I believe that's because Brian Schottenheimer has really earned his trust, that Jerry is actually being less demonstrative. And I dare say he's not even being demonstrative now. Jerry is basically letting what he has put in place do its work. He's letting Will McClay do his work. He's letting Brian Schottenheimer do his work. He's letting all the coaches through Brian Schottenheimer do their work. And so everything that we have been watching, especially ever since the Micah Parsons ordeal, Jerry is smart. He's gotten smart all of a sudden. Jerry is actually being a GM now. Jerry is, man, I'm just telling us, Jerry is doing a great job. He is absolutely doing a great job. A lot of us aren't happy with the George Pickens saga, but even that, if you were probably looking at that from the outside in, you might actually think that Jerry is doing the right thing based on what you might have the same opinion that people outside of this organization have. See, we got to realize, Cowboys Nation, we feel different about George Pickens. But have you noticed that when you look outside of Cowboys Nation, there's not a lot of people that are fighting for, yeah, George should be getting paid. You're not really seeing that out there outside of us. And I understand that for us, we have a vested interest. But a lot of people, you think about it, when they're looking at the George Pickens situation, do you notice? You're not hearing a lot of people saying, yeah, the Cowboys should pay George Pickens. No, they're not saying that. They're not saying that. Other teams, I mean, I spoke on this the other day. I'll talk a little bit more about it today, but you got to think about it. The non-exclusive tag doesn't mean you have to get 2 first-round picks. The non-exclusive tag, but you could have came to the Cowboys and said, well, we don't want to do 2 first-round picks. We want the A.J. Brown deal. We want a 1st and a 5th. And the Cowboys could have rescinded the tag and took that. And so the issue is with George Pickens, it's not so much that nobody was willing to give up 2 first-round picks, because if you kind of listen to Michael Irvin, even Michael Irvin is kind of alluding to this. It's not so much that people didn't give up 2 first-round picks. It's the fact that nobody came and tried to make any negotiations with the Cowboys. And so in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys are actually playing this smart, whether we like it or not. I'm saying all of that to say that Jerry has actually been doing a great job. Even the George Pickens situation from outside in, people are looking at that saying, wow, Jerry is really handling that situation correctly based on everything we've heard about George Pickens. So they are doing a great job, the front office. They are doing a great job of making the right decisions, being resolute on decisions, and then letting those play out. Think about it. The Brandon Aubrey thing, I was a little bit nervous, but it played out the way that it should have. It really did, because they made a smart move. So they have put a lot of trust in Schottenheimer. They're allowing him to be the face of the franchise. They're doing it. And so we won't get, as Nisi and Angie both are talking about, we won't get another coach walking in here saying, I can do whatever I want to do because Jerry brought me in. Nope. You're not doing whatever you do because Jerry brought you in. Because now we're going to give Brian Schottenheimer even more say. Marvin Mays said Jerry's doing an awesome job. He is. If CP does well, hopefully Schotty moves to GM and CP the head coach. Well, I could see Brian being around here for a while. I think they kind of like the way Brian is doing things. If anything, I could see us losing Christian Parker in 3 years. I think he's going to be a head coach in this league. I think he's going to be a head coach in this league. I do.
The group and not the individual in some respects, and is that what Christian came from when he was in Philly? I don't know if you looked at them and said there was one dominant pass rush that they have seen. They have a number.
I think some of the best pass rushing teams that I know we faced, don't have necessarily one guy. It's easier to shut one guy down. One elite guy you can pay a lot of attention to. And it's better off when you're looking at Denver's, and obviously Benito put up big numbers, but I mean they were getting 6+ sacks, I think, from 7 or 8 different guys of something crazy like that. And I really do think it's more of the unit, and that's what we're excited about with the depth that we feel like we have.
John Schotty with The Athletic. What was your immediate reaction on Monday when you see that the Myles Garrett trade happens, then later in the day you have A.J. Brown getting traded, obviously, out of the division?
Must be post-June 1. Was my first thought. And no, I mean, hey, it's what you love about it. It's a competitive business, and everyone's trying to get their roster right, and each roster is different, and each roster is unique to themselves. And, we feel like we've had an incredible off-season of additions. And, I'll let the cat out of the bag on this one. We'll have a joint practice against Myles and the Rams, along with New Orleans and Kellen and those guys. And I think that's because of the relationship we've built up with Sean and his staff. And obviously we know Kellen, but we had a couple other options that we were looking at. But we want to go compete against some of the better teams and better players. And you guys know our stance for playing starters in the preseason. So we want to get that work done. It's funny for me because I now notice last year I was not noticing you guys are all tweeting things that come out. It's kind of cool. It's a race of fingers. I will say John is very quick. He's very quick. I mean, he's asking the question. Hey, that's pretty good. I now know what you guys are doing. I was like, man, they're really taking my notes seriously. Yeah, multitask.
And then with Ezraku and Bland.
I am so excited once again that the Dallas Cowboys will be going up against the already Super Bowl favorites, Rams. I am excited because in actuality, when we look back last year now at how we looked against the Rams, it's exactly how the Rams looked during the season, and it's exactly how we looked during the season. Our offense was moving the ball on the Rams, and our defense was getting destroyed by the Rams. People were running wide open. They were running wide open in that scrimmage. I'm so excited we're scrimmaging them again. I am excited. I am excited because that is a very good barometer of kind of where we're going to be as a whole. So I'm very excited about that once again. Demetrius Noel said, gee, paying every player doesn't guarantee you a championship. It doesn't. Every player on the Real Madrid team is paid what they wanted and has made them champions. Absolutely not. Yep. Timothy Govin, appreciate that $10 super chat. He said, what's up, G and Cowboys family? The Cowboys need Pickens on long-term contract for Dak's sake, at least 4 years. I think he's going to get it. Govin, I think he's going to get it. I think he will get the deal. What up, Poobie D? What is going on? Hey, DeJuan Hickman, what's up, DeJuan? He said, I remember we had Jason Garrett as a head coach. Schotty is much better. Man, y'all tell me what y'all think. But I was here during the Parcells years. And don't get me wrong what I'm about to tell you. Parcells is an awesome coach. But I also think Parcells was a little bit arrogant. Parcells had this chip on his shoulder like, oh, I know how to do this. And I'm not saying he didn't know how to do it. But to this point, Brian Schottenheimer is my favorite coach since Jimmy Johnson. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Right now, not including play calling. And I'm going to see what he does in his second season. Barring play calling. And he may be better because he was better with the Seattle Seahawks in the second season. Way better. I just like the way he does things. I think he is the best coach since Jimmy Johnson. He's the best coach to me so far since Jimmy. Because I like the way he's doing things. It just seems like with Brian, he's doing things right. It's like he's not responsible for if it goes other than his play calling. And I'm hoping again he's gonna improve that. But it just seems like he's doing so many things right. The little things that's going to help this team with the big things. And it just seems like with him, it just feels like you're going to get over the hump. Marvin May said, I agree. You want to be the best. We have to play the best. Yeah, talking about the Rams. I'm excited about that. Frank Lawrence said Emmett earned approximately $58.78 million in salary and bonuses during his 13 seasons. Wow. Man, I think Zeke made that in the contract. He said out of the $61.27 million he made over his entire 15-year career. Wow. It's crazy. JCT, he says Shady McCoy need to be off the air. He can't go a full week without at least one day of Dak. Well, he got to get his clicks and his likes in. Oh, okay, yeah, the one. Yeah, you don't remember Jimmy, but Shotty's my favorite. Well, I can tell you now. Hey, believe me when I tell you. He to me, he just seems to be the best one so far. What is going on, Timpanel? What's going on?
Do you still expect them to be ready for the start of training camp?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Both guys are doing great. It's more of us taking precaution and being smart. You know, they both want to get out there, but again, it's OTAs, and it's more important that they're learning the scheme and system and all that.
Let's hold Deron Bland in, man.
Bland's the foot, right? It's nothing
Say again?
new. Bland's the foot. It's nothing new. Okay.
Yep.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Compared to last season versus now and just seeing how the defense is operating this week, is there anything tangible you can point to or anything where it kind of clicked for you like, hey, this defensive unit, not just the coaching staff, but the unit itself feels different than it did last year?
Yeah, I'm not going to compare last year. You know, last year just didn't work, and we know that, and it's for different reasons, and that falls on me more than anybody else as a head coach. And but I'm thrilled with the way these guys teach, the way these guys explain, the way these guys focus on fundamentals. I think, you know, you would be remiss standing up here if you didn't talk about the disguise element of it. You know, this system that CP's bringing to us, you know, based off from Vic Fangio and Vance Joseph and guys like that have been involved, like they make you work post snap, and that's a big part of it. And
oh yeah, hold on a second, Gregory Hicks. No, he's not better than Jimmy. No, he ain't better than Jimmy. I said he's the best coach since Jimmy. He's not better than Jimmy. He's the best coach since Jimmy. With the way that he does things. No, he's not better than Jimmy. I mean, it's hard to be better than Jimmy other than Tom Landry. I mean, Tom Landry is better than Jimmy in every way. But, you know, when you start talking about Schotty since Jimmy, no, he's not better than Jimmy. Since Jimmy. I like the way he does things. He's trying to do things his way, not the not trying to be the next Jimmy. And I like that about him. He's trying to do it his way. Still Hero said, I believe Coach Schotty disciplines players. If you don't practice well, you don't play. He does not reward bad behavior. That includes being late. Yeah. And you had to miss a drive or two to get penalized. And, it's funny because, Dominique Pittman and me and Bass and some others, we were having this conversation because my issue is how do you discipline people today, Steel Hero? How do you discipline them today in this NFL? I mean, the Players Association itself has pretty much taken away a lot of the stuff that even Jimmy did back in the day. Jimmy wouldn't be able to do half the stuff he did back then in this NFL with this new collective bargaining agreement. So I believe Schotty within the one being the coach for Jerry Jones, that in itself is tough. And also under this CPA, he's doing the best that he can as far as discipline goes and being as hard as he can. I mean, he's doing a good job, I think, in that area. Demetrius said, winning Super Bowl coaches are very rigid because they can sometimes believe changes are necessary. But in an evolving world, you have to embrace change. And I believe Schotty has done that. I absolutely believe it because when you listen to Schotty talk sometimes, he talks about what his father would have done, that he's doing something his father wouldn't have done. You know what I'm saying? I like that about it. What up, Louis Steed? Louis Steed, what's going on? Yeah, what is going on? Nisi says Schotty is better since Jimmy because Jerry's allowing him to coach versus everybody else. Jerry was controlling them. And Nisi, I'm going to give Schotty this extra little credit, though. I'm going to give him this extra little credit. And the reason why Jerry trusts Schotty is because Schotty earned that trust before becoming the head coach. He earned that trust. Brian, the one thing he brags on, he's a great communicator. And the thing that he's done so well, I believe behind the scenes, and Jerry and Steven said as much, is how they would be talking to him about things and they liked the answers he would give. He earned their trust before he became the coach. And you think about a lot of these other people, Nisi, they come in just being the coach without first earning the trust. But Schotty earned the trust and then he became the coach. And then last year, rather than sitting on his hands and letting Matt Eberflus coach him out of a job by having a terrible defense, what did he do? He earned their trust even more. He did something that I don't think anybody expected. Schotty went in that defensive room. He outsmarted, he outworked, and he gained trust. Angie said, G, if you want to discipline CD, just take away his hair jewels. Then when GP take away his ski mask. Yeah, that man CD. I don't know about you, Angie. I am so excited for CD Lamb this year. I want to see CD Lamb have a fully healthy season. Because if he has a fully healthy season, man, these boys going to be unstoppable.
The less movement that the defense does, it tells the quarterback less information, so therefore he's trying to process it at different times, and that allows the pass rush to get home, which is why I think,
there it is.
Going back to Todd's question, you see teams like Denver that base out of this system get a number of sacks. It's not just that the pass rush is elite, it's that the quarterbacks are confused. And they're like, oh, I'm not sure if this is cover 4, cover 6, cover 8, cover 2, cover 1, whatever it is. And I think that that's been really fun for me to see.
How much weight at this point in the offseason can you put into quote-unquote position battles? I know it means a lot more when the pads come on at training camp, but what do you get out of, hey, this guy, let's rotate him in with the first team or this?
Yeah, look, we're evaluating everything, but again, I'll go back, it's not real football. The defense does not have equal right to the football. So, it's a hard thing for the head coach to say day one of OTAs, like defensive guys, you do not have equal right to the football. If it's a close play, you have to pull off. And so, again, you're evaluating these guys and how they're picking up the system, how they're moving in some of the individual things. CD's had a great camp. He looks awesome. He's jumping out of his shoes. Kalen Carson's had a great couple days. Love to see the confidence he's playing with.
Brian, you ain't selling us on Kalen Carson. Brian Schottenheimer, you are not selling us on Kalen Carson. You're not selling us on Kalen Carson. You're not doing it. Man, I don't care how Kalen Carson looking out there, man. I don't care how he looking. Steve Hero say there's no worse punishment than being benched and watching the team struggle. You know what? That's a great point. Didn't think about that last year. Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, for a drive, to knowing that you could have done something to help. That's a great point. It's absolutely a great point. Yeah, Mose Logan, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually hoping the Dallas Cowboys go and get Jordan Brooks. Yeah, Angie, I know CD your man. Now, Angie, you know, you gonna hold out. Now, do you think Caleb Downs gets that number 2 jersey? Do you think he gets that number 2 jersey? I haven't forgot I'm getting you that jersey when he changed to number 2. But if he don't change to number 2, hey, you may have to rock that. You might have to rock that 13 at the beginning of the season. Edge, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just telling you. Merc Dog, he said Kayla Carson. He said Brian tried to pass around that opium. Yeah, he ain't selling me on Kayla Carson. He ain't selling me on Kayla Carson. He can't do it
right now. And but it is hard, Nick. I mean, it's hard to sit there and because if I talk to these guys about you're fighting your asses off for a job right now, then guess what? They're going to dive for balls. They're going to do things like that, and that's not what we want.
Patrick.
Hey, Schotty. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. A couple of questions. First being, from the head coaching perspective, obviously you and everyone involved know what the ultimate goal is to get to and to win the Super Bowl. From a head coaching perspective, how do you manage your players' mindset as far as keeping them focused on the goal at hand, but while staying present in the moment so that they can get 1% better every day?
Yeah. The goal is the goal. The goal is February 14th, 2027. We want to be playing in the Super Bowl in SoFi Stadium. That's the goal. But we can't do anything about that right now other than have a great OTA number 3. Today's a red zone 2-minute day, so you have to go back to the process. And I think what I've been, again, self-critical of myself is last year I had a saying, the standard is the standard. But, I didn't do a very good job of addressing what the standard was and defining it. What we started with, we've hit the first 2, but really it's, protect your brother. And then we're focusing today is embracing the daily grind. What does that mean? It means you look forward to the next meeting you have so you can learn something. You look forward to the next mock so you can make calls, communicate, see things. You look forward to the next practice so there's a fundamental or a skill set that you improve on. And you have to trust the process. And, again, there is a build-up to this. OTAs, minicamp, going to be just a regular OTA with afternoon meetings. That's all it's going to be for you guys that get to be there for those all 3 days. But and then obviously a little bit of time off for these guys, and then training camp, same thing. You've got a ramp up period, and then you get going. And
Tatiana, you think it's going to take them a whole season to get that number? You think it's going to take them a whole season to get that number 2? I think Kobe Durant going to give it to him. I think he's going to get it. Angie, what do you think? I think he's going to get it. I believe Kobe Durant is going to give him that jersey at the end of the season. I mean, before the end. I think he's going to give it to him before the season starts. Frank Lawrence, appreciate that super chat. He says, I'm super impressed with the way Jerry and the front office are team building depth and top talent. There is no cap on coaching hires. Jerry trusts his staff. Yeah, trust the plan. Yeah, I like it. Yep, I like it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I like the way they're doing a lot of things, man. It's awesome the way they're doing things. It's absolutely awesome. All right, let's keep listening to Schotty here.
Once we hit the ground running, we'll have a better sense of truly figuring out position battles and competition and kind of where we are as a football team.
Well, Coach, either you read my mind or my notes because you just answered
Both.
the second question.
Both.
Yeah. I was going to add.
That's Tad and the Pete Rozelle award-winning staff.
Yeah. Way to have a prep, Tad. I appreciate that. No, I was just going to ask, looking back at year one, what's your biggest takeaway? Because there was a lot of good to come out of year one, obviously, especially from the offense.
Nisa, she already got it. She don't want that number 2. I mean, she don't want that number 13.
How can that make you become better in year two?
Nisa, she don't want that 13.
I think there's a ton of things, Patrick. The first thing that I, obviously say is being the head coach. I'm going to be the play caller here. I love being the play caller here. I'm pretty good at it, I think. So that's never going to change. I should never say never. 10, 12 years from now, maybe I will. But, being the head coach matters, and I think it's how you start it. So, like right now, I've been in probably 50% of the offense and 50% of the defensive meetings. Why? Because I think I have to be the head coach. And we talk a lot about Christian Parker in this room, but I cannot talk enough about Clayton Adams. This guy is absolutely kicking ass. He's so much more comfortable this year in his role. He reads my mind, kind of like how I read your notes in your mind of what question you're going to ask me. But let's not forget that we're thrilled to have CP here. But Clayton Adams has proven it not only in year one, but he's even taken another step in year 2.
Jane.
Thanks, Later, NFL Network.
All right, Stephen White, we're going to be here for a minute today.
Sounds like a coach's job. I'm not really sure sometimes.
So shared sacrifice is a word that came up when I talked to a veteran about the importance of OTAs, and I realize that they're voluntary, and this isn't a knock on George, but my question is, given how...
Schotty said he is calling them plays, Tatiana. He said he is calling them plays. Yeah, Tatiana says Schotty seeing he's being confident. Yeah, he said he calling them plays. Now, I'm telling you, I went back and did the research on Schotty. He was much better in his second season with Seattle. He was much, much better. He actually ran the ball less in the second season. And I'm telling y'all, by that third season, let Russ cook. That's what everybody was screaming. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really interested in Dak Prescott putting up big numbers. I'm more interested in efficiency. I'm more interested in execution. If you told me that Dak Prescott was going to have 2 and 3 touchdown games and only throwing for 250 to 300 yards, I'm ecstatic. Because I really want Dak Prescott's, I want his maximum amount of dropbacks per game to be 25. If you told me it was going to be 20 to 25, I would be ecstatic for Dak. I already know Dak Prescott can throw it all over the park. Dak don't need to prove that. I would love for them to really solidify the run game, the deep throw game, and just really be efficient. And Nisi mentioned earlier, being more efficient in the red zone and giving Dak Prescott some bootlegs down there with the option to throw it. I mean, as she said, don't give Ferg the opportunity to drop passes in the red zone. When you're in that red zone, give it 2 options. Yeah. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Timothy Goldman said, trading Ferg and Schoonmaker. Your thoughts? Shoot. Hey, let's do it. Especially Schoonmaker. Now, they're not going to trade Ferg this year, but Schoonmaker? Shoot. Man, I wouldn't even blink to trade Schoonmaker. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if he doesn't do anything this year, and I got a strange feeling that Michael Trigg is going to really push him hard, man, there's a scenario where he don't even make it out of training camp. I mean, there's a scenario he doesn't even make it to the regular season. If Michael Trigg pushes him the way that he's supposed to, there's a chance that you don't even see Schoonmaker, because I would let it be Brevin Spanford and Trigg rather than Schoonmaker and Brevin Spanford. Now, I'm rolling with Brevin Spanford and Trigg and Ferg. I mean, Schoonmaker going to be the odd man out. I mean, hopefully the Cowboys can trade him. I'd actually like for them to trade him. I really would. Yeah, they got to stop it, Cowboy fan Kivo, selling for them doggone field goals. Yep, we paid Brandon Aubrey. I want Brandon Aubrey to have less field goals this year. I don't care how much they paid him. I don't care how much they paid him. Yep, I'm with you, Robert Dudley. Don't want Dak to be tired and sore when it comes to the playoff times. Yeah, if they could get him only throwing 20 to 25 times, I'm ecstatic. I'm serious. I'm ecstatic.
intentional you guys have been about the staff changing this defense? What are some of just the little nuances that someone might miss if they're not here at OTAs?
I think, Jane, more than anything, there's the connection piece that's the most important to me. I mean, this is the time of year where these guys are training. The workouts are a little bit longer. It's actually more about the strength weight room program than even the football, quite honestly, working through phase 1 and phase 2. And I've always believed this, and this has got nothing to do with a single player. How do you prove to your teammates that you're doing everything in your power to be the best version of yourself if they don't see you doing it? I have no question George is preparing, just like I had no question that Micah was going to prepare or whoever. It's voluntary, but that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I heard what you just said, Brian. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with y'all. I actually agree with Brian Schottenheimer on this. I really agree with him on this. For me, even if you're not doing anything, I mean, I'm showing up to OTAs. I mean, this is it. You only play football for a certain amount of time as a professional. I mean, if you are blessed if you make it past 5 years. You are truly blessed in the NFL if you make it to 5 years and beyond. This sport, with the way that how rewarding it is, how fulfilling it is, how it changes your life financially, you, your family, generational wealth. I'm just telling you about me. I would absolutely dedicate my life to this game. Not before God and my family, but I would dedicate my life to this game. You couldn't get me to not come to OTAs. You just could not get me to not show up at OTAs. I'm there. I'm like Dak Prescott. I'm there. You couldn't get me. If it's voluntary, I'm showing up. I must be there because this is when Super Bowls begin. This is when Super Bowls begin, from the opening day of the season. The attitude you carry the whole year. I'm sorry, I'm telling everybody in my life, I don't care what's going on. Y'all are living this life because of what I'm doing in football. I'm telling y'all now, everything we're going to do it in the offseason because the moment OTAs come, I'm there. And not only that, I'm like Dak Prescott. I'd build a football field in my backyard. I'd have my own weight room. I would always be working on the product because I'm the product. And I would be at OTAs because I want to show my teammates how dedicated I am. I agree with Brian on this. I agree. And, it's not like you're trying to, knock anybody. But I do say you're also trying to help people to understand the importance of the camaraderie of a team. For me, I'm like Dak. I'd be there. Man, if I was a wide receiver, I would be just like some of these guys like Ryan Floyd and Jalen Tolbert every time Dak Prescott called, even in the offseason. If I'm at home, I'm there. I'm there. I am absolutely there. And at OTAs, I'm going to be there because I just think it goes a long way towards what it does to a team when they see you there. Now, I understand why George isn't there. But for everyone else, I'd be there. Yeah, Jabril said, do you think GP not being at OTAs is going to hurt him in the long run? No, I don't think that's going to hurt him because everybody's kind of like, okay, that's voluntary, so it's not a big deal. Because, Jabril, we got players in this league that with contracts that don't show up to OTAs. They don't show up. They don't show up. But for me, I'm not comparing my situation to anybody else. For me, I'm going to be there. Real estate said me, same way in high school. I knew football would end one day. I'm going to do everything, every rep, because I know it's not going to last, and I don't want to sit and be thinking I missed it. Yeah. Yes, sir, Brother Holman. It sends a message to the team. I agree with Brian on that, man.
It's not really the scheme. GP will learn some of the language and stuff that we do. And, with he and Dak throwing and things like that, the relationship he has with CD and Joe Milton and all those guys, I don't worry about that. But more than anything, it's just the connection piece. We've got a lot of new faces on defense and some new ones on offense. But that's probably the biggest thing if you're not attending the offseason program that you probably miss out on. Doesn't mean you can't make it up.
I'm not in those meeting rooms, but are there 2 installs when you think about OTAs and training camp? What are you specifically trying to get accomplished in OTAs and minicamp?
Yeah, so the way we do it is everybody's different. We obviously went 8 weeks this year. Did not want to do the 9 weeks. I did not want the first week of the offseason program to be during the draft. I wanted to focus on the draft and not be distracted and have our time that way. And I did not want the rookies to miss the start of phase 2 on the grass. So that was the whole reason why. So this year, the only thing that's different is last year we did 9 installs and 3 reviews in OTAs. So we would go first, second down, install, third down, install, and then red zone 2-minute, which is what today is, install. Then the 4th day was a review. Well, we've lost those review days during OTAs. We have a makeup day. Wednesday's our makeup day. It's a phase 2 type day that we kind of hit that stuff, but that's the only thing that's different. And then when we get to training camp, you do it again. So some of the young players are spinning a little bit right now. Like, it's moving fast for them because we don't set the installation to them. We set it to the veterans, the guys like Dak, CD, Duron Bland, Demo, players like that, Malik Hooker, and the rooks have to get caught up. But they'll hear the same information when we get to training camp in pretty much the same exact order.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You talked a little bit about Clayton Adams. He participated in the Accelerator program for coaches. How has he taken that next step, and what are your expectations for him?
Yeah, GP was at OTAs last year. Yeah, GP was at OTAs last year. I think I remember seeing him. Yeah, he was at OTAs last year. Let me answer a question before I get over here. DeVaris Worley, you know what? I'm glad that the Dallas Cowboys aren't depending on Devontae Smith to be his name Devontae over there in Philly to be their number 1 wide receiver. Shoot, man, no. Let me tell you something. He won't last the season. Devontae Smith will not last the season if they're throwing to him 10, 15 times. If they're trying to throw to Devontae Smith 15 times a game in Philly, he won't last the season. Guaranteed. He won't last the season. He's not built like that. He's really built more like a slot wide receiver, but he's a tough dude. He's a smaller dude. He's tough. But you telling me he gonna take 15? You gonna give him 15 shots a game? Ooh, it's gonna be tough. Jeremy said most people want GP to do the wrong thing by encouraging him to act a way that's already got him in the situation he's in now. It's crazy. Dude need to show he's worth that money and be mature and come to work. Man, Jeremy Betts, man, you ain't lying. Man, everybody want this dude to act. People are hoping this dude act a fool. And then when he act a fool, you gonna have people out there talking about, ooh, yeah, I don't blame him. Man, stop it. Don't listen to, man, I'm gonna tell you, folks on the internet will have you broke, and they'll have you broke, alone, and single. I'm telling you right now. And if you're not careful, they'll have you in jail.
As the season goes on.
Yeah, I think, number one, very deserved, very deserving that he was there. I think the NFL is doing a great job with that, of getting the right people there, and Clayton certainly deserves it. You can't watch him run a offensive unit meeting and not be impressed with his command, his leadership, his personality. I think where he's really grown is it's been fun for me, Joe, to watch him do the pass install. I think if you would have asked him last year that he was going to do the pass install, he probably would have maybe thrown up in his mouth a little bit. But he's up there just, ripping it. And it's been really, really cool to see. And so he's evolving as a coach, but I also think a lot like how I was challenged by Pete Carroll a few years ago. Like, I'm challenging Clayton in that regard. Like, hey, what do you really believe in, man? Like, and I think I see that coming out in him, each and every time he gets up in front of the group. And the respect that our players have for Clayton Adams is unmatched.
Can you talk a little about the disguise element of Christian Parker?
Unfortunately, he won't be calling plays, though, because Schotty has made it clear and Jerry has made it clear. You know, Schotty wants to call plays, and Jerry's already said that's the reason why he's the head coach is because he's calling plays. So, Nisi, GFYI, Schotty has his pet projects. You are not lying, Nisi. He was killing me last year with Bazooka Joe. I mean, they's up here saying all kinds of stuff about Joe Milton. Man, he has the best arm I've ever seen in my life. I haven't seen an arm like that since Brett Favre. Oh, yeah, he gonna push Dak, yeah, and he's pushing Dak. Boy, they went from talking up Joe Milton. They went from talking up Joe Milton to bringing in Sam Howell down there. You've been hearing people talk about they might trade him. Come on, man. Yeah, he said this year's gonna be Caleb. He said it's gonna be Caleb Carson this year, Nisi. Yeah, they wanted Blue to be it. Hey, let me tell you, they wanted Jaden Blue to be that, but he put on them Louis Vuitton cleats. When he came to practice them Louis Vuitton cleats, that made Schotty mad right coming to practice with them fake Louis Vuitton cleats. Put him on punishment with Malik Davis. Yeah, for sure. Frank Lawrence said Myles playing Los Angeles Rams first place schedule this year. Oh, yeah. Appreciate that super chat. Man, Frank Lawrence, let me tell you something. I said it last year, and I'm going to say it again. Anything short of the Super Bowl for the Green Bay Packers is a failure. And last year, they failed. It was a technicality, but they failed. When you go get Micah Parsons and you make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, and you don't go to the Super Bowl, it's a failure. It was a technicality. He got an injury. But even then, man, you don't pay a player that kind of money and then want to say, yeah, the only reason why we didn't go is that he got injured. That's not what you're wanting to say. You're paying him that money with the anticipation he's going to stay healthy. It was a failure for Green Bay last year. We're going to talk about it again here in a moment about Micah Parsons. And if they don't get to the Super Bowl this year, I don't care if the Rams went and got Myles Garrett. The Packers went and got Micah Parsons because they said he was the Super Bowl piece. If the Packers don't go to the Super Bowl, failure. If the Rams don't go to the Super Bowl and win it, failure. Failure. And I'm telling you now, this is why you play the game. And when teams have this attitude of nobody can stop us, guess what winds up happening? You get stopped. You get stopped. That's exactly what happens. You get stopped. And everybody is shocked. Do y'all remember? I was furious last year because the Washington Commanders went to the NFC Championship game. And people were talking about last year, oh, they're coming off the NFC Championship game, and they're going to come back this year, and they're going to beat this, that, and the other. Man, the Commanders were nothing because it's the battle of attrition. You still got to stay healthy. Shoot, stop it. You still got to stay healthy. Still got to stay healthy. So this is why you got to play the game. Enoch Taylor said, I think GP should be there even if he's just walking around talking to the players. It shows the love for the team. You know, Enoch Taylor, I would probably be there too. I probably wouldn't be out there doing a lot of running around, and I'll show you why in a moment. But I would still want to be there. Poobie D said Clay Adams can scheme the run game. He's very good at it. But I think Schotty's making a good point. He's got to really get into the passing aspect of it. Merc Dog said, honestly, Milton might not be quarterback too. Yeah, a lot of people saying Sam Howell going to beat him out. Poobie D said Carson should turn his jersey in yesterday. Poobie D, you talking about Jordan Love is in garbage. Eddie said Carson been just as much as hurt as Bland. Yep. He's been in the league lesser than Bland. Yes. Yes. No doubt. DeVar's Worley, you know I've been making this argument for the longest. All the good pass rushers in the league, I just did it 2 days ago. None of them have a Super Bowl. Rams next. Yep. Somebody got to prove us wrong. Somebody's got to prove us wrong because it hasn't happened yet. Somebody's got to prove us wrong. All right, hold on a second here. Let's listen to some more Schotty.
Defense, obviously that doesn't happen overnight. How does that start to formulate right now? What are the steps taken, and how do you build a disguised defense?
Yeah, again, there's different ways to do it. I mean, some teams, they show, they'll show a 3-high shell, and then they'll move back to a shell-based quarters, cover 2, whatever it is. Some guys starting a shell-based, and they go down to the 3 deep. What I like about our system is everything comes out of that umbrella look, and I think the key is the more the defense moves quickly, that gives the quarterback more information. We're always looking for tells. Hey, this guy gives the tell if they're clouding that side or what they're doing, the understanding and the way that he and Derek Ansley, Ryan Smith, and those guys are teaching not just the corners, the secondaries, but the linebackers with Scott Simons and Shadera, the mannerisms matter. Because if the weak side linebacker, or the dime as we call him, if he's giving away the fact that the safety's coming down, well, guess what? It doesn't matter how good the disguise is in the back half, because the linebacker's telling Dak or whoever what coverage it's going to. So it truly is a full unit that has to be aligned, and that's what I see so far.
Mac. Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have 2 questions. I've heard coaches and in front office people say in the past that if a player's going to turn into a really good player, you're going to know by year 3.
Yeah, you know what, JCT Slice? I like what you said here. The outlier is Von Miller. I'm telling y'all right now, of all the pass rushers, if the Cowboys could just bring in a pass rush specialist, of all the pass rushers available, I'll be honest with you, I think the Cowboys already have the run down pat. I don't think they need anybody else to help them stop the run. I would bring in Von Miller. Von Miller would be my choice. Y'all tell me what y'all think. If the Cowboys could bring in a pass rusher, y'all tell me who it would be. You got Bosa out there, who is a Cam Jordan, and then you got Von Miller. I would bring in Von Miller. I absolutely would. If I was going to go get a pass rush specialist, it would be Von Miller. I still want Jadeveon Clowney back with the Cowboys. I do think he can play this. I think he can play this system. I would love to have Clowney back. Yeah, I see you 555 Calix. I would like to have Clowney back. But if I'm bringing in a pass rush specialist, it's not going to be Bosa. It's Von Miller. This dude can still rush the passer. He only needs about 20 to 25 snaps a game. It's all he needs. That's all he needs. 20 to 25 snaps a game. You know, real estate vet, man, after watching Bosa last year with the Buffalo Bills, he just don't seem to have it. Bosa just don't seem to have it. I don't know. Bosa just don't seem to have it. But I would definitely, if I was them, shoot, Von Miller, here I come. What's the price? If I can get him in at a reasonable price, yeah, I'm bringing in Von Miller. I absolutely would.
I don't know if you agree with that saying at all, but if you did, where does Tyler Guyton sort of fit in that trajectory as he's developed?
Yeah, I think I think it's different, to be honest with you. I think, usually you have a pretty good sense by year 3. But I was around Rich Gannon when he was a backup in Kansas City, year 6 or 7, been through Minnesota, different places. And next thing you know, the guy's playing in Super Bowls and winning MVPs. And each position's different. That's a quarterback. What I will say with Tyler is, Tyler understands the importance of this year. Why? Because it's the next year, and we're going to make Tyler earn it. Tyler and Nate Thomas right now are competing to start at left tackle. Why? Because we think that that's going to get the best out of Tyler Guyton and the best.
What? Dude, what? Wow. Dude, what? Wow. Man, let me back. Did this man just say that Tyler Guyton is competing for his job?
I was around Rich Gannon when he was a backup in Kansas City, year 6 or 7, been through Minnesota, different places. And next thing you know, the guy's playing in Super Bowls and winning MVPs. And each position's different. That's a quarterback. What I will say with Tyler is, Tyler understands the importance of this year. Why? Because it's the next year, and we're going to make Tyler earn it. Tyler and Nate Thomas right now are competing to start at left tackle.
Dude, what?
Why?
Wow. Whoa. Tyler Guyton is going to be competing for the job. Let me tell y'all something about what Brian Schottenheimer just said. You can look at this in two different ways. But this is absolutely crazy if you think about this in the grand scheme of things. It is absolutely embarrassing. I'm telling you right now, Tyler Guyton ought to be feeling some type of way right now. So you're telling me, Tyler Guyton, that you're going to be battling a 7th round draft pick for the left tackle position? Come on, man. Come on, man. You're battling a 7th round draft pick. And I'm going to tell you something that is even deeper than this to me. I'll be honest with you. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, and this is truly a Super Bowl season, or I am going for the Super Bowl over the next couple of years, if I am the Dallas Cowboys, I got news for you. I'm actually not even sold on Nate Thomas. I'm going to bring in a left tackle that I believe that can beat both of them. Do what? No, I want somebody that can beat both of them. Both of them. I'm not buying this notion of a 7th round draft pick, and I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm not buying this notion of a 7th round draft pick being the left tackle of a Super Bowl team unless he fell to the 7th round because of behavior issues or something. But I think Andre Johnson is making a great point. He said not much competition there. I am with you. I am telling you now, if this man beat out Tyler Guyton, I'm not looking at Nate Thomas saying, yeah, man, he's pretty good. That's why he beat out Tyler Guyton. I'm going upstairs to Jerry Jones and saying, man, we need a left tackle. We need a left tackle. Because we let Nate Thomas compete with Tyler Guyton. Watch this. Competition is psychological. When I played football way back in the day, and I ain't telling you I played in no college and was a high school superstar, but I'm just telling you just how coaches use psychology on players. They will tell you that you're in competition with a lesser player with the expectation that you're going to beat out the lesser player. They want to light a fire in you so that you say that y'all have the audacity to say that this player is competing with me. Hold my drink. That's what they're wanting. For example, when people were saying stuff like, what was the quarterback that we had before Joe Milton? I mean, think about it. People were saying some of the most ridiculous stuff about Joe Milton. Boy, Dak Prescott better not get hurt. JCT Slice, you remember you remember Shady McCoy? Dak better start looking for a realtor. Because Joe Milton, boy, he got a cannon for an arm. All I can remember, Angie the Rebel Chicks, is seeing Joe Milton turning backflips every day in practice. That's all I can remember. Oh, yeah, Joe Milton is pushing Dak. Really? Are we really thinking that when they say Joe Milton is pushing Dak Prescott, we really believe that Joe Milton is pushing Dak Prescott? No, that's to light a fire up under Dak Prescott. Tim Pennell, Trey Lance. Y'all remember that? Trey Lance. Yeah, Trey Lance, boy. We gonna see. He gonna be the next quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. But I do think there was something that actually wanted him to beat out Dak Prescott. But come on, man. Tyler Guyton ought to be somewhere right now by himself turning over furniture. For Brian Schottenheimer to say that Nate Thomas, you're... Boy, you can't make this up. Boy, you can't make this up. You telling a first-round draft pick you're competing with Nate Thomas, a 7th-round draft pick? Bro, there shouldn't even be no competition right there. Tyler Guyton should obliterate this competition. It actually shouldn't be one. And I don't think they're telling Guyton that because they believe that Nate Thomas can beat him out. I believe they're telling Tyler Guyton that because they want him to step up and not let Nate Thomas beat him out because he's not better than him. This is embarrassing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like to hear that conversation, but this is embarrassing. A 7th-round draft pick? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, man. Man, this is the kind of stuff you make fun of. You know, when we were younger, I'm sorry. This is the kind of stuff you make fun of a player in practice on. You like, man, come on, man. You letting a 4th-string player out here outplay you, man, and you 1st string. Come on, man. Bro, come on. Tyler Guyton ought to be somewhere right now turning over furniture. I'd be furious hearing this conversation that I'm competing with Nate Thomas. I mean, come on, man. He's a 7th-round draft pick. We got to stop thinking that some kind of way that everybody passed over Nate Thomas. And he's actually a 1st-round grade, but he went in the 7th round. Come on, man. Tyler Guyton ought to feel so bad right now. Man, I'm sorry. I'm turning over furniture somewhere right now if it's me, bro. I'm turning over furniture, bro. Man, Merc Dog, boy, Merc Dog said, man, go trade him at this point. boy, I'm mad right now, bro. If it's me, boy, I'm mad right now. Man, Frank Lawrence, appreciate that super chat. He said, if I have to pick one surprise on it's Trigg, number 46. Yeah, man, Trigg gonna be him. I think he gonna be him. Boy, I'm mad right now if it's me, bro. USMC, salute. He said, I would say what he said is true. How many games did Thomas start last year at left tackle? And even when he got in there, I mean, was he really that much better? Boy, this is telling you that you probably need a new left tackle. This is probably what this is telling you. Because if Guyton don't rise to this occasion, he ain't going to never rise. I'm just sorry. He ain't going to never rise. Now, you need a little left tackle. Merc Dog said he can't even turn over furniture. Merc Dog said he can't even turn over furniture. Shoot, man. Boy, this is embarrassing, bro.
Because we think that that's going to get the best out of Tyler Guyton and the best out of Nate Thomas. And,
this is embarrassing.
Tyler's biggest thing is the consistency has not been there. Very talented, maybe one of the most athletic, big men I've ever been around with his ability to kick, slide, punch, move, run. But there's got to be more consistency, and that's been the challenge that he's been working extremely, extremely hard on. And I was in here the other day, and Saturday morning I had to stop in and get a couple things, and there was really 2 guys in the building, Phil Maffa and Tyler Guyton.
Now, I want y'all to understand something. Let's not blame this on Brian Schottenheimer. Guyton was not a Schottenheimer guy. I don't believe Schottenheimer drafts Tyler Guyton. I don't even think the regime that was here before Brian Schottenheimer, I don't believe they wanted Tyler Guyton. I could be wrong, but I don't think Mike McCarthy and those guys wanted Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton, to me, sounds like that was, as Nisi mentioned earlier, Tyler Guyton, to me, sounds like one of those guys that Will McClay and Jerry said, no matter what this coaching staff says, we want Tyler Guyton. It doesn't, because who would take a player that has played right tackle primarily in his career And the career wasn't even that long. You take a player who's primarily played right tackle and say, because he's an athlete, we're going to put him at left tackle. And you do it in the first round. I'm just wondering how many people had a first round grade on Tyler Guyton. I was saying this last year. I'm not allowing Tyler Guyton. I said it when they drafted him. I'm not allowing Tyler Guyton as a rookie to come in and be the left tackle for Dak Prescott. I'm not doing that. That is crazy to me. You got an older quarterback. You have an older quarterback. Why are you allowing a rookie to be his left tackle? When you get an older quarterback, you really want that offensive line to be solidified. We're in year 3 of Tyler Guyton. And Tyler Guyton's biggest issue is, and I see here Sneakerhead. What's going on, Sneakerhead? He says overreacting. No, I'm not overreacting. I'm reacting exactly the way we all should be reacting. You bring in a player that played right tackle, and you say you're going to put him at left tackle. He's been hurt. He can't stay on the field, and he's inconsistent. It's an overreaction when you haven't seen it. We have a good enough snapshot of Tyler Guyton to know that we are reacting right. It's not an overreaction. Overreaction is saying Caleb Downs is going to be in the doggone Hall of Fame before he plays a down. To say that this is actually embarrassing for Tyler Guyton, it's actual fact. You are a first-round draft pick competing with a 7th-round draft pick. Stop it. Nobody passed over Nate Thomas because of some kind of criminal history, and he was actually a first-round grade with a 7th-round attitude. No. We shouldn't even be having the conversation of Tyler Guyton competing with Nate Thomas. Nate Thomas, inconsistent, stays hurt, can't stay on the field. It is absolutely insane. It's not an overreaction. I'm sorry, but it's not an overreaction. It's not. It's not. Now, you think about Bernard Fields. You said that's the way they did Tyron Smith. Yeah, but when you talk about Tyron Smith, Tyler Guyton isn't even in that conversation. Tyron Smith was made in a factory somewhere. Tyler Guyton, I don't know of anyone when Dallas drafted him that year. I didn't hear anybody talking about Tyler Guyton the way people talked about Tyron Smith. Guyton's worst enemy is himself. It's himself. Angie said, G, do you have any of the same concerns, or should I say, do you think the front office will have concern on Trigg's behavior issues like George Pickens, plus Trigg was undrafted? I say the Cowboys will if they see some of that. Now, Angie, from what my understanding is, he cleaned up his act the last year. They're saying that it was 2024 season that Trigg had the issues. They said in 2025, they said Trigg cleaned up his issues. So we're going to see. Now, Trigg, he's undrafted. And for the Dallas Cowboys, on Trigg, Angie, I think that leash should be very short. I think that leash should be very short. If he come out here clowning in year 1, he won't be here in year 2. Merc Dog said, Guyton ain't it. We've seen enough. And they're saying it every season in so many words. You know they're saying that. This isn't an overreaction. They are totally frustrated with Tyler Guyton. And remember, he's not a Schotty guy. He's not a Christian Parker guy. It seems to me they're saying that this is the year. This is it. They are saying this is it. So we're going to see. And we ain't got no choice but to let it play out because we know the Cowboys are going to give him that opportunity. But I'm telling you, man, if Nate Thomas beats you out, the Cowboys got problems. Because Nate Thomas leaves a lot to be desired too. I mean, we literally watched him last year. I forget that player for the Arizona Cardinals, but me and Nisi was laughing about this last year when they played Arizona. We literally watched the guy pick Nate Thomas up off the ground and knock him out of the way. Do what? Man, Nate Thomas ain't it. If Nate Thomas beat out Tyler Guyton, you got bigger problems. You got bigger problems, and you really should consider that if he beats out that if Nate Thomas beats out Guyton, you really should consider bringing in somebody. You really should. Because the Cowboys have a lot riding on left tackle this year. They have a lot riding on left tackle. And every team out there has a lot riding on left tackle. Man, you can't play around with a left tackle. You just can't do it. Angie, it looks like from what my understanding is, they were holding 2024 against him. 2024 and not 2025. Kind of doing the same thing they're doing to Pickens, from what my understanding is. Marvin May said this should push Guyton. Well, we're going to see. I'm not losing my job to a leader. I'm not doing it either. I agree with you. Pedro, what up? I love Winters at linebacker. I heard he's been had the green dot too. I like it. Boy, real estate vet, let me tell you something. I would love for Tyron Smith to come back, but I think Tyron Smith is tired of football. I don't think he wants to come back. Sneakerheads. Now I understand. Hey, you're making a great point, but let me give you some context. You said we have seen late round picks come in and prove to be better than they was picked at. Look at Dak, 4th round. We all know he's the best pick in that draft. Sneakerhead. Now let's think about, and let's bring this conversation even that Angie is having about Michael Trigg. Sneakerhead, let's think about this. Dak Prescott actually wasn't projected to be a 4th round pick. Dak Prescott was projected to be a high 2nd round pick. Dak Prescott got into an issue with a DUI and right before the draft, and that is what dropped Dak Prescott down to the 4th round. Dak Prescott was never supposed to be a 4th round draft pick. We got lucky with Dak Prescott. We were not supposed to get Dak Prescott. We were not supposed to get Dak Prescott. Somebody else was supposed to get Dak Prescott. So we got to be very thankful that we were able to get Dak Prescott, especially knowing that Jerry Jones was actually trying to get another quarterback that is actually out of the league now, and I'm thankful that we didn't get that quarterback. So, yeah, Dak Prescott is probably not the right example because of the context. Dak wasn't supposed to be a fourth round quarterback. And that's why I'm making the same point about Nate Thomas, sneakerhead. I'm making the same point about Nate Thomas because Nate Thomas didn't fall in the draft because of a DUI or something like that. See, Michael Trigg, for example. Michael Trigg fell in the draft. Everybody knew. From what my understanding is, there's been a lot of people around the league saying they knew that Michael Trigg was a top 5 tight end in this draft. But because of some of the things, behavior issues that he had in college, they said they didn't want to take the chance on Michael. They didn't want to take the chance on Michael Trigg. And so what did the Cowboys do? Cowboys come out, get him undrafted free agent, give him the highest paid contract they've given an undrafted free agent. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, but Nate Thomas ain't it. We saw it. DeVaris Worley, he said, gee, got to give it to the linemen. They all look good at the start this morning. Dak throwing all over the field. Yeah, man, I'm hoping this does light a fire under Tyler Guyton. But I'm telling you, man, Guyton's biggest issue is he can't stay on the field. He can't stay healthy. I mean, that's his biggest issue. He can't stay on the field. He can't stay on the field long enough to get better. And then it starts showing, the inconsistency starts showing. Timmy Terry said, gee, these dudes, guys don't know football. Guyton is straight up. Timmy Terry said he's straight up trash. And Timmy Terry, I'm going to give him this. Maybe he's just not a left tackle. I don't think, maybe that's what the Cowboys should be considering. Maybe Guyton's not a left tackle. I mean, has anybody thought about that? I got a novel idea. How about moving him back to right tackle where he played in college? How about moving him back there? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't proclaim to be the smartest person in the room. Real estate vet, appreciate that super chat. He said, bring back Tyron Smith. I see you. Yeah, boy. I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I think he's tired of football. It's the same thing they're talking about with Aaron Donald. All this stuff about Aaron Donald coming back to the Browns sounds good. But, man, this dude been out of football for 2 years, man. And you talk about somebody been out of football for 2 years, oh, my gosh. Man, who wants to come back after being out of football for 2 years? And if he does come back, I got a feeling that Aaron Donald, you're not going to see him no time soon. I don't think you're going to see Aaron Donald anytime soon. If he comes back, it'll probably be for a playoff run. And I'll be honest with you, if Tyron Smith came back to play left tackle, it would probably be at the trade deadline or something like that, because a player like that, man, they don't want to go through the hard, even though he is in the building. I don't think he actually want to go through OTAs and mini camps and all that stuff. I don't think he actually wants to do all of that kind of activity. But if you told Tyron Smith maybe he could come back game 8, maybe he would. Shoot, maybe he would. Yeah, Michael Postel, I was thinking that's who I was trying to think of. Go get Tyler Decker. I really would think about it. Go get Tyler Decker, man, and move him. I think that's maybe the issue. I mean, maybe somebody just needs to say, maybe Guyton isn't bad. He's just not a left tackle. I mean, it's okay to say he's not a left tackle. Maybe somebody should say that. Demetrius Noel said, gee, that's what everyone is saying about Tyler Guyton. Put him back at right tackle. I mean, have the Cowboys just considered maybe he's not a left tackle? Man, let me tell you something. That's a hard position to play. That is a hard position to play. It absolutely is. Justin Harris said, replace Tyler, keep our Tyler schedule release good. Man, Tyler can really play the run very well. He can play the run well. But maybe they don't. I mean, we've seen some things they did with oh no, you're talking about Tyler. You're talking about Ty Smith. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, Tyler's schedule release good. Okay, give me some clarity on that. Yeah, Chevy. OBJ came back. Yeah, Poobie D, yeah, a lot of injuries. A lot of injuries. And that's why I say if he came back, shoot, he ain't coming back unless it would be half a season. Timothy Johnson said, gee, I was watching Von Miller play with the Washington Redskins, play with the Washington Redskins, run right by him. Okay, give me some clarity on that. You said run right by him. All right. Yeah, I see you, Michael Postel. He said he washed. All right, let's get some more, finish Schotty up.
Shot. Go ahead.
Back off.
The other one is, you've been in football now forever, and you've heard all this noise about this franchise, and specifically Jerry Jones, and you come here, you live it, now you're the head coach, and you hear all these things that are said about him, at him. Sometimes it's not too flattering. Now that you've been on the outside and inside these different jobs, what do you make of all that?
Again,
Brian, specifically, the reason why this franchise hasn't won a Super Bowl is because of him.
yeah, again, I'm a huge Jerry Jones fan. I don't say that because he hired me. I don't say that because he could fire me tomorrow if he doesn't like my comments. I'm just a huge fan of him. He loves the Dallas Cowboys. He loves the National Football League. He really works.
Wow. How many coaches have you heard say that? Bryce Schottenheimer said he is a fan of Jerry Jones. Bryce Schottenheimer going to be coaching here for the next 15 years. He'll be coaching here for the next 15 years. Sneakerhead said hopefully this lights a fire on him. I'm with you. I am with you on that. And he has a Pro Bowl year. I'm with you on that because if he does, it's better for the Cowboys. If we want to have the season we expect, he better be. Sneakerhead, there's a lot riding on Tyler Guyton. There's a lot riding on him. I think this is why the Cowboys are saying some of the things they're saying. There's a lot riding on him, man. They really need him, Sneakerhead. We need Tyler Guyton to be that first-round pick left tackle this year. We really do. But again, I mean, maybe somebody ought to just say, hey, man, the dude ain't a left tackle. Let's figure out something here. Timmy Terry says, yeah, I believe Pickens is going to hold out. Brian up there line the press. I don't think he go hold out. I don't think he go hold out. I don't think he go hold out.
Incredibly hard to get it right.
Wait a minute, I'm laughing. I'm laughing. Hallelujah. Said he up there, Cap. You heard what he said, man. He said he's a big Jerry Jones fan. Shoot, he gonna be coaching the Cowboys for the next 15 seasons. What's going on, Blue Star Dallas? What is going on? Yeah, how about them Cowboys? Yeah, curtains going up for the World Cup. Yep. I got a feeling them curtains gonna go up for the Cowboys too this year. Timmy Terry, man, guy didn't go say nothing, but he should. Shoot, man. I mean, hey, man, it's a novel idea. Put the dude in right tackle, man. Put him in right tackle. Dominique, I was wondering when you was gonna say something about this. yeah, you must didn't hear the last comment, Dominique. Let me rewind it back for you. You back?
He's probably the best.
Let me rewind something back for you. Maybe you didn't hear this part right here. You ready? Check this out.
Maybe one of the most athletic, big men I've ever been around, with his ability to kick, slide, punch, move, run. But there's got to be more consistency, and that's been the challenge that he's been working extremely, extremely hard on. And I was in here the other day, and Saturday morning I had to stop in and get a couple things, and there was really two guys in the building, Phil Maffa and Tyler Guyton.
Go ahead.
Okay, Dominique Pittman. Now I need you to hold your breath when you hold your breath. I don't know if you heard this part. Check this out.
Back off. The other one is, you've been in football now forever, and you've heard all this noise about this franchise, and specifically Jerry Jones, and then you come here, you live it, now you're the head coach, and you hear all these things that are said and written about him and at him. Sometimes it's not particularly flattering. Now that you've been on the outside and inside these different jobs, what do you make of all that?
Again,
the reason why this franchise hasn't won a Super Bowl is because of him.
Yeah, and again, I'm a huge Jerry Jones fan. I don't say that because he hired me. I don't say.
I'm gonna let Brian Schottenheimer finish. Then I'm gonna sit back and look at Dominique Pittman in the comments. Angie, what's your comment? What's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on that, Angie? I'm just wondering. Niecy, where you at? What's y'all comments on that?
That because he could fire me tomorrow if he doesn't like my comments. I'm just a huge fan of him. He loves the Dallas Cowboys. He loves the National Football League. He really works incredibly hard to get it right. I think he's probably the best listener I've ever been around. Like, I've said things in meetings, and a month or two later, I've said something. He's be like, "Well, that's not what you said," and I was like, "Uh-oh, you're right. I didn't say that." But like, again, at the end of the day, the Cowboys haven't won championships, but there's been a lot of people involved in that.
Hey, I'm telling y'all right now, Schotty gonna be here for the next 15 years if he want to be. He gonna be here for the next 15 years if he want to be. I'm just telling you right now, he gonna be here. He will be here. Dominique, he said, "Schotty, you already got the job." Oh, man. Oh, Tavares, he said, G. Vach won't Parsons' contract. Jerry be lying. Be getting over on people, did the same to Pickens. You know what, Tavares? I'm going to debunk this whole thing about Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is a liar. I mean, we can say what we want to say about Jerry Jones, but I'm sorry, Micah Parsons is a liar. And the thing that bothers me about us sometimes is that because we don't like Jerry Jones, we won't call Micah Parsons out on his lies. Michael Parsons, I am telling y'all, and I didn't get a chance to show you yesterday, but I will show you today. I got time. Michael Parsons is a liar. I like Micah Parsons. He's a great player. I wish him happiness, but I'm glad he's gone from the Dallas Cowboys. He is a liar. And I'm going to show you in his own words. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to make an accusation against him. I'm going to prove to you by his own speech. Micah Parsons is a liar. Bold-faced liar. I like Micah Parsons. I hope him all the luck in the world. I want him to win as long as it's not with the Cowboys. As long as it's not against the Cowboys, I mean. I want him to win as long as it's not against the Cowboys. I wish him all the success in the world, but I'm glad he's gone. He is a liar, and he keeps trying to hang on to the coattails of the Dallas Cowboys, keep trying to get his name out there on the tail end of the Dallas Cowboys, he's a liar. Straight up liar. But I'll tell you about Micah Parsons in a moment. Dominique, you got to be rolling in here, bro. You got me rolling in here. You said he lied his butt. Man, what if he telling the truth, man? What if Schotty telling the truth? Maybe he is a big fan of Jerry Jones. But I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you what I told y'all the other day. I like the way Brian Schottenheimer is doing this. I love the way Brian Schottenheimer is doing this. You want to know why Jerry Jones trusts Brian Schottenheimer like we've all been saying? Nisi said earlier, Jerry trusts Brian is allowing him to coach the team. You want to know why he's allowing Brian Schottenheimer to coach the team, be influential in the draft, be influential in the coaching, the hiring of the coaches? Because of statements like that. I told y'all the other day, y'all better learn. Y'all better learn. If I got some young folks in the audience, y'all better listen to what I'm telling you and learn from Brian Schottenheimer. Relationships matter. They matter in this world. Your relationship with God matters. Your relationship with your spouse matters. Your relationship with your family, your friends, even your enemies. Relationships matter. You better learn how to have relationships with people that sometimes you don't even view in the best light. You better learn how to have relationships. They matter. They will get you in places that will blow your mind. Respect goes a long way. People call it brown nosing. Nah, man. You better learn how to have respect. And Brian seems to be that type of person. I'm not going to say Brian is a brown noser. Brian knows how to communicate. He knows how to earn the trust of people. Y'all better learn, man. I'm telling y'all, relationships matter. The quicker you learn this, the further it'll help you get in life. Man, your skill, let me tell you something about talent. Everybody got talent. Everybody got talent, but not everybody has communication skills. Not everybody has communication skills. Not everybody knows how to give respect. Everybody don't know how to do that. Some people, they can't control their emotions. They can't control their body language. They can't control their face. They can't control a whole bunch of things. But when you can control you, control your attitude, and give respect where respect is due, man, you're gonna go a long way in this world. Man, Brian is, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Schotty is doing it the right way. He's doing it the right way. It doesn't matter if we believe him. I got news for us. It don't matter if we believe what Schotty is saying. As long as Schotty believes what he's saying. It don't matter if we believe what Schotty is saying. As long as Jerry Jones believes what he's saying. And let me tell you something. I told y'all Schotty is doing something I haven't seen any coach on this team do since Jimmy. There always seemed to be a gap between offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. There always seemed to be a gap between the team and the head coach. Brian Schottenheimer is the first coach since Jimmy Johnson that I have seen that has brought the front office together, Jerry Jones together, the team together, the offense together, and now he's got his defense on board. He's the first one I've seen do this since Jerry Jones. I'm sorry. I love the way he's doing it. It doesn't matter if any of us believe it. As long as Jerry believes it. That's the only thing that matters. As long as Brian believes it. Because I'm going to tell you this. Brian Schottenheimer saying these things about Jerry Jones, it will not only garner more trust from Jerry Jones to him, but it also makes this team look at Brian Schottenheimer different. Because they look and say, This man is a uniter of men. It doesn't matter if we believe it. Hey, it don't matter if we believe it, man. I just like the fact that he's saying things like this because I said it last year. I'm gonna have to get me a T-shirt saying I said it last year. But Brian is doing something that I have not seen anyone do. He refuses to let anyone bring division in his house. Brian said, "This is my house. And I'm not going to go against Jerry Jones for nobody." I love it. I don't know about y'all, but I love it. I'm not letting anybody come in between me and my house. This is my house. There'll be no drama in here. Man, you can hate Brian Schottenheimer, and you can call him a lie. Anybody can make fun of him. And it is funny what he said. But you got to look at what he's doing. Don't be so quick to judge him by what he's saying. Look at what he's doing. This man is saying there'll be no drama. There'll be no drama in my house. I love it. Shoot, this is the kind of person you hire right here. This is the kind of person that will change a franchise. I love it.
And we're trying to fix it, but I'm a huge Jerry fan. And I do think that some of the criticism that he takes, it comes with the territory, just like when you're a head coach, it comes with the territory. But at the end of the day, what he's brought to this organization,
I love it.
What he's brought to the impact that he has, is really cool for me. I'm going to go off tangent for a minute, but we had Legends Day last week. I don't know if you guys knew that, on Friday. Incredible turnout again, over 30-something, 35 guys were here. And to hear those guys, a lot of their admiration for Jerry was really cool. And what he's...
Y'all better stop playing with this man right here. Y'all better stop playing with this man right here. This man right here is building something. They are moving different because of this man's ability to unite an entire team. That's what we're watching. You can love it, like it, or hate it. I love what he's doing. I love what he's doing. Far be it from me to try to get inside of a man's heart, because based on this man's actions, what he's saying he believes. I love it.
It's done for them.
Y'all don't have to love it, but I love it.
No one probably needs to know away from the game of football. That tells you a lot about the man himself. So,
yeah.
It was a great turnout, and it was cool for me to visit with different past legends. Mark Stepnowski said something really, really cool. He talked about, how hard it was the last time he ever took off his pads. And, who that really impacted the most, it impacted a lot of our guys, was Dak Prescott. Because it's real. You take your pads off and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm done. I'll never play this game again. If you're a tennis player, yeah, you can go beat the ball around a little bit. You can go basketball play, shoot free throws. But in our game, once you hang them up, you never can put them back on.
One quickie comment.
Oh. Pause.
Cowboys.com.
Brian Davis, what's going on? Brian Davis said G loves some good old-fashioned Jerry Jones butt kissing. Brian Davis, I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you, this man, some of y'all are looking at this the wrong way. This man is psychological in what he's doing. I used to hear these old people say, you can get more bees with honey than vinegar. And I would be laughing because I would be like, well, who tries to get bees with vinegar? You know what I'm saying? Who tries to get bees with vinegar? But I get what they're saying. I get what they're saying. You're not going to get what you want from a man like Jerry Jones. Approaching him like, you don't know football, I know more than you, let me run things, and then the reason why we're not winning is they won't let me do what I want to do. That's not how you get what you want. You get what you want by doing what you're supposed to be doing. It is not your job to come to the Dallas Cowboys and expose Jerry Jones. It is your job as the head coach to come here, galvanize this team, and win the doggone Super Bowl. That is your goal. You have to come here and unite this entire franchise all the way down to the people working in the concession stand. Everybody needs to believe in Brian Schottenheimer. They need to believe in Brian Schottenheimer. And it's important that they also believe in Jerry Jones. It's important because we see where that gets us when people start alienating Jerry Jones. That's not what Brian Schottenheimer's doing. If you ever notice, Brian Schottenheimer goes out of his way to always appreciate the football acumen of Jerry Jones. He never says that Jerry Jones is this great, football aficionado, but he always talks about how Jerry's involved in this, Jerry's involved in that, Jerry said this, Jerry said that, these types of things. This man knows how to keep the peace in his own house. That's what he knows how to do. He knows how to run his house. I'm telling y'all right now, we have a head coach. We're going to see what happened with the play calling this year. But we got a head coach. We have us a head coach. Poobie D, I believe we will see it translate into victories. Because when we look at what Jimmy Johnson did when he first came in here, Poobie D, up until that Herschel Walker trade, it looked like we were about to go the long way around to winning a Super Bowl. So, we talk about Jimmy. Let's talk about Jimmy in context. That Herschel Walker trade changed everything. But Jimmy was doing a lot of the same things, but in his way. Jimmy didn't start his ego against Jerry until after the second Super Bowl. Until after. But before then, they were thick as thieves. And this is the same approach that Brian Schottenheimer is taking. I think he's taking it a little bit further. Shoot, but I'm telling y'all what Brian is doing is psychological, and I love it. This man is saying something. Y'all ain't gonna cause no trouble up in here. Y'all can talk about Jerry Jones. Y'all can try to down Jerry Jones. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. Brian Schottenheimer is saying something. You won't bring any trouble up in my house. I love it. This is the very reason why this man right here that we're looking at on this screen, and some of us are laughing at, this man right here is the very reason why right now we don't have any drama in Dallas. Tell me anything you want to. Man, this dude is psychological in what he is doing. And I appreciate everything that he's doing. Real estate vet said, didn't I just say that? Are we talking about with Jerry Jones? Let me go back and see if I might have missed something there you said. I'm telling this man, it's psychological what this dude is doing, and I love it. I don't want no coach in here trying to talk bad about Jerry Jones. It's not your job to side with the fan base. It's not your job as the coach. It's not your job. Your job is to unite this team and galvanize it and win Super Bowls. That's your doggone job. It's not your job to cause drama in here. It's your job to do exactly what Schotty is doing. No drama. We ain't got time for it. We're trying to focus on the Super Bowl. That's what Schotty is saying. I love it. Marvin Mays, I don't think he opened up his playbook last year. I agree. I don't think he opened up his playbook. Katharina Kiss, welcome to the congregation today. I agree with you. Katharina Kiss said, hit that like button, people. Let's go. Let's get these likes up. DeVaris Worley said, coached his butt off last year with that defense. I want to see him turn it up this year. And I think he's going to do even better this year because I think he has the defensive coordinator that he wants. I think he does. I think he's going to do really, really well this year, but I got to see it. But again, upon studying Brian Schottenheimer, just go back and look at what he did in Seattle. Boy, he turned it up in that second season. He really did.
You mentioned the 50% portion of you being in the defensive rooms, and those meetings, and when you're in OTAs and practice settings, how can you grow as a play caller, seeing a different look defense compared to what you saw last year, just evolving your offense?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to evolve all the time. I'm studying a bunch of defenses, but listening to Christian and the way they teach their coverages is helping me understand math. Everything that they say defensively is about changing the math. They want to add a guy here, which, again, is great for one side of the defense, but on the other side, they're weak. And so learning another system, and a system that I have a ton of respect for, having played Vic and just listening to CP coach has been great for me. But at the same time, I'm constantly studying the league. I'm studying some of the top defensive minds in football and trying to figure out why they're good. Because if we don't evolve offensively, which we will, if we don't evolve offensively, then the league's going to catch up to us, and we're not going to let that happen. Good. Oh, okay. One more.
Oh, I love it. You heard what he said. He said he's not only listening to Christian Parker, and Christian Parker is going to help him exponentially. And I'm going to tell you something else people don't realize. There is a coach that you're not hearing us talk about enough. BT Jordan. BT Jordan knows how every one of these pass rushers in this league almost, he knows how they rush the passer. BT Jordan knows almost every single thing about every edge rusher in the game. I'm telling you, man, if Brian Schottenheimer is doing what he's saying, ooh-wee. Yeah, real estate, I'm with you, man. I'd show up to everything. I'm with you, bro. I would. Yeah, Micah Postel. Yeah. Brian definitely has his team on the pulse. Has this team pulse. He does. Okay, now, Micah Postel, you said that you got one of your relatives or your cousin playing for the Cowboys. Now, if this picture up here is you look like you could play football for the Cowboys. you look like you could play. You look like you could play football for the Cowboys. Y'all see Michael Postel on the screen. He look like he can play linebacker for somebody. There is no doubt about it. He look like he can play for somebody. JP the Goog, he said, "Gee, Dallas Cowboys." He said, "Bless everybody in their family." Yes. All right, let's see. Got one more question, then we're going to move on to George Pickens.
Brian Sadies of The Athletic. You mentioned being able to work with the defense more this year. Most of your career, you've had offensive positions, but your first year here in 2022, you worked with Dan Quinn quite a bit as an analyst. How much did that year help you more, develop an understanding for defensive football and just that side of the ball at the NFL level?
Yeah, I loved it, number one. I thought it was great, but I think, my personality side is one where, wherever I'm sitting, I'm always trying to learn, and I'm always trying to add, value or information. So one of the cool things for me, and I did this last year, I did it probably too late, is add my expertise as an offensive coach. So I try to explain things when CP or the defensive coach are up there talking. Here's why we're doing this, and here's why we're moving this tight end to create an advantage for us in the run game or whatever it is. And so I loved my time under DQ and those guys working over there. But at the end of the day, it's been a lot of expertise looking through my pops' old playbooks, going to Steelers versus Browns games back in the late 80s and things like that. I learned a lot about football as well.
All right.
Thanks, guys. See.
Hey, man. Great interview by Brian Schottenheimer. Great interview by Brian Schottenheimer. Gave us some good insight on some things. So great interview by Brian Schottenheimer. But I'm telling y'all, man, shoot, I love what Brian Schottenheimer said about Jerry Jones, man. I just do. I mean, this dude is psychological. This is psychological warfare this man is playing. And I absolutely love what he's doing. And by doing what he's doing, you're going to see Brian Schottenheimer get some things out of Jerry Jones that other coaches couldn't get since Jimmy Johnson. Brian is going to be able to get some things, and we better realize George Pickens is one of them. Yeah, he's going to be able to get some things. I'm excited. I'm excited for what he's doing. I appreciate what he's doing, but I knew I'd get a kick out of watching my man Dominique respond. Jeremy Best said, "Gee," he said, "you get better with better guys and coaching around you." So he's listening to CP. and that's going to help him evolve the offense. But you need coaches. You need coaches to think differently around you for sure. Yeah. Katharina Kiss, I don't have a clue. And Katharina Kiss, you know, you ask a great question. Why do the Cowboys keep signing wide receivers? Katharina Kiss, I think they're just trying to fill these roster spots, and because let's continue to say this. The Cowboys have not signed a wide receiver yet that could even take the place of George Pickens remotely. And I'm including Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I have no clue why they are bringing in all these wide receivers. All I'm going to say is I think they're just trying to, maybe they're trying to prepare for an emergency. But if these are the guys they're preparing with, then they're unprepared. That's all I'm going to tell you. They're unprepared. They're unprepared. Quinn Scott, he said, what's up, G? He said, we are up for an unforgettable to remember because it's going to be fun to watch. You're talking about this season and look at the line as key. Yeah. Yeah. Bernard Fields, I like what you said. Schotty's like a coach version of Dak Prescott. I can get with that. Yeah. Okay, see you, Michael Postel. You said 13-4. Oh, they do. Ooh. Yeah, Andre Johnson camp, guys. Yeah. Because these guys that they're signing, and we're going to talk about it in here as we get to the George Pickens portion. I've already kind of talked about the George Pickens thing, so I won't elaborate long on that today. But I am going to give the other side of this story about George Pickens because I really empathize with George Pickens. I really empathize with George Pickens. Because sometimes, man, you know, people do not realize that it is vital to be in the right environments. Your environment matters more than you'll ever know. Your environment matters. How you were raised, who you were raised around, people who you hang around. It just matters. And if you put even the best people sometimes in the worst possible situations, you're just not going to always get the best out of those type. You're just not going to get the best out of people. Birds of a feather hang together. There's a reason why lions hang with lions, man. Bears hang with bears. I mean, what else should they be hanging around? They got to hang around in their habitat. And so, you know, when you think about what George Pickens is going through, I sympathize with George Pickens. I really, really do. Because it's a very tough situation. You know that talent-wise, you're worth more than you're being paid. But you're also being hit in the face, whether you love it, like it, or hate it, you're being hit in the face because you're basically being told the reason why you're not getting the contract that your talent deserves. And let's say it like this for right now. The contract that George Pickens' talent deserves. I don't think anybody will argue that George Pickens' talent doesn't dictate that he should be getting paid more. His talent should be getting paid more. His talent. But the reason why he's in this situation is because of his talent and some issues that he's had behavior-wise. And he went a long way last year towards really rebuilding his entire, the way he looks. It's a great redemption story, if you ask me. And we got to understand something. He wouldn't even be a Cowboy. We really sometimes need to really thank God the way that things work. We would not have George Pickens if things didn't happen the way that they happened. We wouldn't have it. We would not have it. If George Pickens with his talent, was a model citizen, he would still be with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We wouldn't have George Pickens. They wouldn't have gave up George Pickens for a first-round pick in Pittsburgh if George Pickens didn't have any issues. George Pickens' talent deserves to be top 3 paid in this league. But because of some issues, his behavior has him in the situation that he's in now. There is nothing that any of us can do about this. And people can argue until they are blue in the face. It doesn't change the situation. And George Pickens has to be going through it right now because he knows how good he is. We know how good he is. So many know how good he is. And then he has to look at London get a contract. Then he has to look at Watson get a contract. Do y'all know that Watson got a contract? And we're going to move there in a minute. This Watson contract by the Green Bay Packers, it has to be one of the absolutely dumbest contracts that I've ever seen. This Watson contract don't even make sense. It's the dumbest contract. This is borderline in that Deshaun Watson area of contracts. I don't understand why anybody would have gave Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract, especially with all the issues that he was having. And then when you look at the Watson contract, it's crazy. We're about to look at it. But as far as George Pickens goes, when I see these dumb articles like this, and no disrespect to the person that wrote it, but it's a dumb article. George Pickens just got handed the kind of leverage the Cowboys feared. What leverage? What leverage did they hand George Pickens? There is no leverage for George Pickens. And I hope George Pickens isn't reading stuff like this, listening to people talk like this. George Pickens has no leverage. The Dallas Cowboys have 3 franchise tags. They've already exercised 1. They can exercise 2 more. There is no leverage for George Pickens in this situation, especially with the very reason that he's in this situation. Of all the players out there, he can't afford missteps. He can't afford foolishness. He can't afford the dumbness that people are trying to encourage this young man to do. I know he'll never see a video that I've done. But if I could tell him right now, bro, it's all eyes on you. God is giving you an opportunity that a lot of people who ruin their reputation, they never get. There are people out there who are great at things. They make a mistake and they never get the opportunity to redeem themselves and prove to everybody that they are not who people think they are. Let me read my sister Niecy. She said, no disrespect, but it's a dumb article. Gangsta G is in the building. Niecy, this is a dumb article. It's like they're trying to gaslight this young man. I can't stand the fact that people keep trying to gaslight this young man. No, he needs the right people in his ear. No, bro, stop listening. Don't read this stuff. You are the leverage. It doesn't matter what anybody else does, and I'm going to keep saying the same thing. It doesn't matter what anybody else does. The only thing that matters is what George Pickens does. That's it. It doesn't matter. George is in control of this situation, whether anybody accepts it or not. He is in control of this situation because the only one he can control is himself. George gets leverage on the Cowboys by doing what he did last year and doing it better. And I'm not talking about the numbers. I don't think he has to do the numbers. Because if George does those numbers, then something went wrong. CeeDee Lamb got hurt this year. That's what allowed George to get a lot of those numbers. If he gets those numbers again, something went wrong. Unless Dak Prescott goes off and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens gets those numbers. But we got some stiff competition this year. And I do believe we're going to play some defenses that are going to come in and try to stop both of them. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to do another video. I did it 2 years ago. I'm going to do it again. Ryan Flanoy may absolutely be the most important wide receiver on the Dallas Cowboys team, because these teams we're going to play this year, they're coming to stop George. They're coming to stop CD. And let me tell you something. If Ryan Flanoy ever want to prove to this league that he's worthy of being a second wide receiver, a 1B or a 1A, he's going to have his year. He's going to have his year because he's going to be one-on-one a lot. Ryan Flanoy will be one-on-one a lot. So this article says, another day, another high-profile wide receiver other than Dallas Cowboys George Pickens gets paid. Talking about London, $100 million guaranteed. It's got to be frustrating for Pickens seeing contemporaries cashing in while he still has to prove himself. The Cowboy star must be near the end of his rope. However, as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait, and the patience will be rewarded in due course. Now, see, this is the kind of conversation right here that a person like this don't need to be talking to George Pickens. It's frustrating, what should be even more frustrating to George Pickens, because I can hear my mom telling me something like this. What should be more frustrating to George Pickens is that you are more talented than those wide receivers getting signed, but because of your behavior, you're not getting that payday. That's what my mama would tell me. My mama would tell me that. Because my mama would always make me understand that nobody owes me anything. Nobody owes George anything. The quicker he accepts that, the quicker he accepts that, the better this is. When you have the talent that he has, his talent says you're worth more than them, but it's the behavior that's got him in this situation. And he was great last year, but it was only 1 year. But if you look back over his college career, and then you come to where he was in Pittsburgh, and I'm telling y'all right now, the fact that Mike Tomlin let him go, we've already talked about this. It carries a lot of weight because there's a lot of people in this league. They have a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin. And they're basically saying that if Mike Tomlin gave up on you, we don't want you. That's what they're saying. But the Dallas Cowboys, needing a second wide receiver, gets George Pickens, gave up a third. George Pickens came in, and I'm telling you, I believe he exceeded everyone's expectations. But it's this simple. Everybody is just saying, we want to see you do it one more year. It's not just the Cowboys saying this. It's not just the Cowboys. The entire league is saying this. We want to see you do it one more year. You don't sign this guy that got signed by the Green Bay Packers today to the deal that he got signed to. You don't sign him to that deal unless a guy like George Pickens you didn't want to take a chance on. They've already given up some draft picks, but I'm telling us, I want us to think about what the Patriots did. The Patriots gave the Philadelphia Eagles a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick for A.J. Brown. There was nothing. There was nothing stopping the New England Patriots from at least picking up the phone and asking the Dallas Cowboys, well, we don't want to give up 2 first-round picks, but could you rescind the tag and let it be a sign and trade? We'll give George this amount of money, and we'll give you a first and a fifth. They never approached the Cowboys with that. Excuse me, they never did. People got to understand, those 2 first-round picks are designed to keep away all but the most serious of teams. And if there was a team that really wanted George Pickens, they could have came in and said, we don't want to do the 2 first. I think people are really missing this point. You can actually rescind, and you can even decide to not take the 2 first-round picks. You can get the equivalent of 2 first-round picks. You could say, okay, first, a second, and a fifth. I mean, what is the equivalent of 2 first-round picks? You could even say, okay, we'll take a first-round pick and a player and a 5th-round pick, similar to what the Browns did. It's not just the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm not telling you there's not a market out there for George Pickens if he was just out there on the open market. But I don't know if that market out there would be as big as people may think. Because in the grand scheme of things, you only need one person. But what I am telling you is, and I'm not telling you this by my opinion, I'm telling you by what has transpired. Nobody called the Cowboys making any offer, and that's the part people are missing. They didn't make any offer. And that's why these types of articles, they're emotional and they're dumb. That's all they are. They're emotional and they're dumb. The way George Pickens is gaining leverage, it is not by anybody else's contract. I'm sorry, it's not. No one's telling us anything new when they're telling us that George Pickens is better than Drake London and telling us he's better than Watson. I'm sorry, I'll tell you that George Pickens is better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. There's a lot of people that probably wouldn't agree with me, but to me, he's better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. But the thing that people keep failing to compare, they want to compare the stats. That's what they want to compare. The stats are not the issue with George Pickens. The stat that nobody is comparing is the behavior. They said that Drake London has been a model citizen with the Atlanta Falcons. This guy, Watson, when have we ever heard anything bad about Watson? Jackson Smith and Jigba, they're saying he's a leader. Nothing bad about Jackson Smith and Jigba. You can't take one part of the comparison and leave off the rest. Those players have years of documented good behavior versus 1 year of good behavior of George Pickens. There is no stat that anybody can show me that says that George Pickens has leverage. George Pickens is better than these wide receivers. It's a dumb and null argument. It's dumb. It's one of the dumbest arguments that people keep making about George Pickens. These other receivers, George Pickens is better than them. Duh. Thank you, Captain Obvious. George Pickens is not in a prove-it year because of stats. It's the dumbest argument that everybody's making. George Pickens is the only thing that's holding George Pickens back. And that's the same thing for you in your life. The only thing that holds you back is you. The only thing that holds you back is you. And if you take an attitude of, oh, this, no. Only thing you can control is you. Control the part you can control. And George has got a great opportunity. People don't like it. I don't like it. But it is what it is. It's not just the Cowboys saying this. The league is saying this. We don't have to like it. Nisi said, G, is his camp telling him he's surrounding himself with yes men? I wonder too, Nisi. I wonder who is GP. Now, it sounds like he's talking to the right people to me because we really hadn't seen a lot of stuff about him. Hallelujah said the most annoying thing is how GP has to hear about himself every day. They're setting him up for failure. Our central nervous system isn't built for that. Hallelujah. And this is the problem I have. Because people are trying to gaslight him, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let me go a little bit further. I preached about this in a sermon. A lot of people say they suffer from anxiety. but they stay on social media. Not realizing that social media isn't the place you want to go to if you are a person suffering with anxiety. It's the worst place you can be. Because people seek out on social media people who agree with what they say or agree with how they're feeling, and people who want to make them feel good about how they're feeling. It is the worst place you can be. And so just pay attention to what this media keeps doing. They keep trying to gaslight George Pickens. That's all they're doing. They want him to read an article like this so they can say, oh, he didn't show up to the mandatory minicamp. George got to block the noise out. Jeremy Betts said, that's what I'm trying to tell him. He needs to handle this maturely. That's why he's in this situation as it is. That's what my mama would be telling me, Jeremy Betts. My mama wouldn't let me blame people for where I am. She wouldn't let me. Because every time I tell her this is what they're doing to me, my mama would tell me, and that's why you should be all the better. Don't give them nothing. Don't give them anything to talk about except your performance. Bottom line. Don't give them nothing to talk about. If you don't give them nothing to talk about, they'll talk about you, but it won't be true. You can say anything you want to say about me, but I bet you what you won't be saying is that I got a bad attitude. That's the one thing you won't be able to accuse me of. George Pickens is here because of George Pickens. George Pickens controls this situation. All he has to do is come out and do what he did last year, and we're not talking about the yardage. He just got to come out here, have the right attitude, be the leader on this team they want him to be, and this is when he's going to gain the leverage. He's going to put the Cowboys in a headlock next year. He's going to put them in a headlock next year because they're going to have to pay him $32 million. And if you ask me, $60 guaranteed million in 2 years, y'all might not be realizing this, but these contracts are nothing but a bunch of witchcraft. These people are not getting that kind of money. You telling me that George Pickens gets $60 million in 2 years? That is literal insanity. $60 million in 2 years. Where that really hurts the Cowboys is that money comes directly off the cap. This is why, for me, I say the Cowboys need to actually figure out something else. Maybe you do a deal with a bunch of incentives. You penalize them in those types of ways. But the Cowboys this year, they only have $8 million left under the cap. But if the Cowboys were to redo George Pickens' deal, oh man, the Cowboys would easily free up, another 12 to 15 million this year? The Cowboys can pay CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. All this old nonsense people keep talking about they can't pay both. Yes, they can. Yes, they absolutely can. But again, George's leverage is his performance and his behavior because he's about to break the bank. I'm telling you right now, George Pickens is about to break the bank. He is absolutely about to break the bank, and it has nothing to do with London's contract. It has nothing to do with Watson's contract. It's because I'm telling you right now, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again, because George Pickens is just that doggone good. He's just that good, period. Don't care about no doggone contract somebody else is signing. He's that good. He's getting the money. You just got to, just one more year. Because you put yourself here. So one more year. That's all we need you to do. And you're going to break the bank. You're absolutely going to break the proverbial bank. You will. Whether it be with the Cowboys or somebody else. You are going to break the bank. And I'm holding out hope because I believe the Cowboys are going to extend George Pickens. I don't think they'll run him through two of them. I don't. What's going on, Freddie? He said, great show, my brother. I appreciate you. I think the Cowboys are going to extend it. I believe they're staying true to their word. They just want one more year. That's all they want. And I think the league is saying the same thing, too. Jeremy said, truth is, GP got himself in this situation. Truth is, GP the only one who can do something about it. Bottom line, come in, show these people who you are and do your job and show them you can handle adversity. That's it. That's it. This man gonna break the bank. He's gonna break the bank, I'm telling you. His talent dictates it. Demetrius Noel said, "G, if no team approached Cowboys about a GP acquisition, how can Mulugeta encourage GP about holding out? Because if that is the case, then it's abundantly clear Mulugeta interest is his pockets." Yeah. There's no leverage here. The leverage is George Pickens, and that's the part people need to come to the realization of. He's the leverage. It's not these other guys' contract. He's better than them. He's the leverage. George Pickens is the leverage. Michael Postel, George being quiet. That's the leverage. That's the leverage. Maturity. That's the leverage. George is the leverage. Nobody else. He's better than these players. Larry Golden said, "Your mom is a smart woman." Yes, she's gone now. That's the one thing you won't be able to remember. Drama begets drama. George doesn't need any of it. He don't need it. People keep trying to gaslight this man. Ooh, get mad. Hold out. Stop it. Don't listen to these people. I wish I could have a conversation with Jerry Jones. Have a conversation with George Pickens. Stop. Don't listen to these people. Don't listen to these nutcases out here. They're talking crazy stuff. You got to tell young folks how the real world works. You don't get to act up for 10 years of your life, and then the first year you act good, everybody says, okay, he's changed. That's not how the real world works. Those of us who believe in those type of people, we say they've changed, but they have to show it to everybody else. They have to show it to everybody else. Got to stop it, man. Freddie says, "That's true, G. The only one that can put limits on your possibilities is you. Not to brag, but everyone knows I'm disabled. When I was young and certain people would tell me you do this or that only. That's it. Made me more determined. That's it." Darren Posey, what's going on? Shoot, Gerald Jackson, $60 million in 2 years and no state taxes? Shoot. Boy, you balling. Man, you is balling. Man, you balling with that kind of money. Shoot. Robert Dudley said T.O. and Chad Johnson couldn't handle this media heat. Boy, the media different now. Brian Davis said Mulugeta never letting an incentive contract slide. We're going to see. But I'll tell you this. Angie, are you covering the other topics after dark? Oh, no, I'm going to continue on. No, we're going to continue on. That's why I came on early. Yeah, we rocking today. We rocking today, Angie. All right. So let's look at these. Let's look at these other two contracts briefly. And we've already talked about London's contract in that last article. I want to skip over London's contract because I don't care what they tell me. He is not on the same level as George Pickens. But the contract that I want to talk about is Watson's contract. This is the one I want to talk about. But also, let me show y'all this. Ed just said, "G, forgive me, even when I act up in the chat, you give me a co-host token. You know you're my sister. What's going on? You know you're my sister." Hey, I give GP that grace already. Because, Angie, if I was signing the contract, George would be extended. All I'm telling us is the truth. They're just not going to do it. They're saying this. And that's what my mama would have told me. And if I could talk to George Pickens, I would tell George Pickens that. George, they're not going to give you that grace. They're not going to give it to you. But you got to look at that glass different, Angie. As somebody who has had to work their way back from the dirt, when God gives you the opportunity to do it on the biggest stage, can you ask for anything more? We look at this thing half empty on George. It's half full. God ain't done with George Pickens. George did what he did in 1 year in Dallas. If he did that in 1 year, he gets to do it on the biggest stage and make $27 million. Who gets that? Who gets that opportunity? To redeem themselves and make $27 million. I'm sorry. I can understand what everybody else is getting, but I can tell you this, I'm not finna cry over what I'm getting. $27 million guaranteed. Oh my gosh. And you don't get to redeem yourself on the Carolina Panthers. You get to redeem yourself on the Dallas Cowboys. What? I'll take it every day of the week. If you tell me my behavior got me in this situation and I get to redeem myself making $27 million on the biggest stage, I'll take it every day of the week. And I'll thank God every single night for it. I will thank God every single night for the opportunity to allow me to redeem myself. I'll thank God every single night. You can either complain about what you don't have, or you can be thankful for what you do have. I choose to be thankful for what I do have. And if I'm George Pickens, I'm thankful for what I do have. I'm getting $27 million to act right on the biggest stage and break the bank next year. Shoot, give me that opportunity. Give it to me. I'll take it every single time. Give it to me. I think George is already getting shown grace. They didn't write him off. They didn't write him off. They're saying, no, we just want to see it one more year. They're not writing George Pickens off. Shoot, I love it. I love it. I love it. He's getting the opportunity of a lifetime. Because I can tell you there's a lot of people that'll tell you that they didn't get those types of opportunities. They didn't get it. Now, let's pull this up. This is why you will not see George Pickens, though, at the voluntary workouts. I hate this, but this is why you won't see him. Y'all see this today? This is why you won't see George Pickens at the volunteers. Right here. Y'all see this? Lions rookie wide receiver Kendrick Law suffered a torn ACL during Tuesday's practice. That's why George Pickens won't be out there for the volunteers. It's right there. We the boys. He said, let me hit up Pickens G to see if he can talk to you. George Pickens needs to write encouragement. Because these arguments that people are making about George Pickens, we them boys, they're dumb. They're absolutely dumb. They're just dumb. To argue George Pickens' talent is dumb. It's not the issue. It's not his talent. It's the behavior over those last few years. That's all it is. That's all it is. I don't sign the checks, because if I did, he'd already be extended. But the world don't work like that. I'm sorry. I don't care who agrees with that. The world doesn't work like that. If my son makes a mistake and he changes his life in a month, I say my son has changed, but the world won't believe it. The world won't believe it. My son will have to show the world after the mistake that he made, he would have to show the world that he's made that change. And I don't care if I'm out there crying a river about my son has changed. The world doesn't owe my son the same grace that I do. He's my son. They don't owe him the same grace. No. They say, let me see it. That's the grace. The Bible is right 100% of the time. A tree is known by the fruit that it bears. You do know bared. It doesn't say bared. It says bears, meaning the fruit that it keeps on bearing season after season after season. I don't keep an apple tree up that has only bared apples 1 year out of 20. No, I'm gonna chop that apple tree down because that apple tree is actually fruitless. That's it. Bottom line. So we got another issue over here with this Watson contract. I want to show you that about the Kendrick Law. This is the very reason why that you're not going to see George Pickens showing up to anything voluntary. And I understand it. George isn't showing up to anything voluntary. He wants to lessen the opportunity for an injury. I don't think he's going to play not to be injured because he can't play like that. But he's not going to put himself at risk. So I do foresee George being at the mandatory, but he won't be doing a lot. He'll probably be doing some walkthroughs and stuff like that. And, we just got to pray for George Pickens because there will be people out there like Clarence Hill, and no hate on Clarence Hill, but we know doggone well the moment Clarence Hill gets to put a microphone or a recorder in the face of one George Pickens, I could see his question being, how does it feel to be at mandatory minicamp and not have a contract, and seeing all these other guys getting paid and not, I could see it. George's mental fortitude is going to have to be on 1,000 because they're going to, the questions are going to be insane. How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? But we got this guy here, the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if y'all saw this already. This is one of the most insane things I've seen. Somebody make this make sense. Christian Watson just got a contract like he's literally blackmailing somebody. Christian Watson, I don't know if he has some photos on somebody in the front office or the owner, but this contract right here, this is not making sense, y'all. Have y'all seen this contract? This is Christian Watson. Look at this, and I'm going to read Larry Golden here. Larry Golden said, I'm sorry to hear about your mom. She would have been proud of you. The way you stick up for your beliefs, it shows you have principles that's important in life along with integrity. Man, I tell you, boy, it's tough. Tough, Larry Golden. Her birthday will be this month. It's tough. It's absolutely tough. This is Christian Watson. I'll never understand this contract. Somebody's got to make it make sense to me. Christian Watson is making more than $2 million per year more than Devontae Smith. Watson signed a $110 million contract for 650 plus yards. Watson hasn't had one 1,000-yard season. What is the Green Bay Packers seeing that to what? This dude is 27 years old. And they gave him a contract for $110 million. Can anybody make sense of this? I can understand the Drake London. And if I'm telling you the truth, if I'm George Pickens, this contract don't even make me mad because this is foolishness. This has nothing to do with numbers. This now is foolishness. This contract, if I'm George Pickens, it doesn't even upset me. I just know I'm going to get paid next year because I know what I'm about to do. This contract right here makes 0 sense. This is crazy work. They extended Matt LaFleur as a head coach. They have no GMs over there. I just wonder whose ideal was it? And I don't know how Green Bay does it. Do they have a GM or I don't know how they do it over there. It's crazy how they do it over there in Green Bay. But who came up with this contract? This is crazy work. I can't even understand this. So maybe one of y'all can make sense of the Watson contract because I can't make sense of it. But Watson has to have one of the craziest contracts that I've ever seen. Somebody need to check if there is something that he has on the Green Bay Packers. Somebody over there. What is going on? DeVaris Worley said Packers got that work up Green Bay. Hey, man, let me tell you. DeVaris, can you make sense of it for me? I can't make sense of it. He must got a photo of somebody. Michael Postel, can you make sense of it for me? This dude's got to have a photo of somebody. Who gets a $100 million contract with that kind of productivity? Who gets that contract? That's why I'm telling you, man. Even this thing with George, it ain't about the performance. Because I can tell you this contract right here is not about the performance. Dominique, can you make sense of this? Okay, Dominique just made sense of it. He said him and Kirk Cousins got the same agent. Dominique is the only thing that could make sense, bro. This is the only thing that could make sense, boy. He got Kirk Cousins. Man, how do you get this contract? Man, this is the type of contract right here that messes up the whole market. It's the kind of contract that messes up the market. Because somebody says, I mean, who can't say that we did better than Watson? Who can't say it? Who can't say they did better than Watson? I mean, you talk about a George Pickens. I mean, you got to really, I got to really put my stats up against something. This dude hasn't had a 650-plus yard season yet, and he's 27, and he got this deal? Come on, man. This is crazy. I'm hoping somebody come out and explain this here very soon. I'm hoping somebody come out and explain it. Micah Parsons said Green Bay just giving out free money. Now it makes sense why they gave Micah Parsons that deal. Now it makes sense why they just threw that money out at him. They don't care. They don't care, man. Bernard Field said Watson got paid off for playing us, G. Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. Freddie Morales says, shoot, Green Bay don't even have an owner, much less of a GM. Man, they got a crazy situation going over there. Hallelujah says, sheesh, man. Tavares Worley said, G, don't say nothing. Let them run Pickens money up, but wait until next year. Man, shoot, this is crazy, bro. Incognito, he said, who approved this? This crazy, B. This crazy. Head on said he must be a great blocker. He just said, give me this contract for hating the Packers. This is crazy. I've never seen nothing like it. I'm just being honest with you. I don't even know how to explain this contract. And I don't think anybody else can either. This is crazy. There will be blood saying Watson got a contract for non-productivity. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. How do you even make the argument for this? Hallelujah said, I could have got paid playing our defense last year. You ain't lying. Maybe, hey, you ain't lying. That's what y'all talking about. It was the Cowboys game. Okay, it was the Cowboys game that got him paid. Man, this is insanity. This is the league we're in, though. This is the league we're in. Christian Watson gets this kind of deal, and then we got George Pickens, and it's not just the Cowboys. The whole league is basically saying we want to see George Pickens do it one more year. It's got to be frustrating. It's got to be frustrating, but he's got to take some ownership of it. But this contract is ridiculous. I don't even understand it. Michael Postel said Kirk Cousins needs to write a book on how to get paid in the NFL. No, I think Christian Watson would have a #1 bestseller because I think Christian Watson just surpassed him. I mean, at least Kirk Cousins has been fool gold some years. This don't even make sense. Chris Dunaway said they made that contract after the night of drinking. Boy, you ain't lying, bro. Boy, you are not lying. This don't even make sense. Man, I don't know. You said Kirk Cousins take the cake. This take the cake to me right here. Bernard Field said Watson might be the GM. Shoot, something is up. This is crazy. Quentin Scott said, he said, give me my money. I'm sitting you. I'm sitting you what you did last year. Ain't nobody left. Boy, you ain't lying, bro. This man must got a photo of somebody. This man must have a photo. There will be blood said receivers will start going to Green Bay. Shoot, you ain't lying. I'd want to go to Green Bay for that. Shoot. Demetrius Noel said Watson hasn't played one complete season. How's this justifiable? Well, he said, well, Debo should get his money next year in that case. Bro, this is crazy. Hallelujah said they're getting up out of that contract early. That's definitely backloaded. Let me see if we can pull it up. Look at the contract over here. I'll never understand it. This is crazy to me. Let me see. I don't know if they've updated this yet. I don't think they've updated it with the latest contracts to kind of see what it is. Yeah, they haven't updated it yet. I was looking for it earlier, so they've yet to update it. I need an update. I need to know what's going on here. I need to know what's going on. I mean, it ain't affected me, man. I ain't hurting. It ain't hurting me. It's just funny. Let's see here. They haven't updated these yet. Yeah, they haven't updated it yet, but he's and maybe they did update it and I just didn't pay attention. It's because they don't have the numbers. Sport Track has it, but Over the Cap doesn't have it. Let me look one more time. So they haven't released the they have not released the details of the contract, even on Sport Track. I can't make heads or tails of it. That's all I can tell you. I can't make heads or tails of this. It's just one of the craziest things I've ever seen. So right now they just have him down for $110 million and $27 million, I guess. That's all they have it down for right now. It's crazy to me. I don't understand it. Boy, you ain't lying, boy. You headhunter, boy, you hit it right over the head. That's like us giving Tobin a deal like that. Boy, you ain't lying. Shoot, Micah Postel said Green Bay is a new Oprah Winfrey show. I can't make sense of it, so maybe if we get some news on it, I'll update y'all tomorrow. But, man, when I saw that deal right there, I said, this is crazy. I said, this is crazy. I mean, I guess you can do whatever you want to do when you ain't got no GM. I mean, who made that call? How do you make a call like that? All right, let's look over here. There's a story over here about Micah Parsons. I'm actually glad I didn't cover this yesterday because now it'll make a little bit more sense. So we're going to look at this thing with Micah Parsons. So Micah Parsons is, of course, in the news. Bass isn't on here today, but Bass sent me this yesterday. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to cover the relevant news of Micah Parsons to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's look at the relevant news first. So it looks like that Micah Parsons, it looks like there's an issue with Micah Parsons and when he's going to be back this coming season. It looks like they're saying that he's targeting, let me see here. They're saying that he's not going to be back to mid-October. And let's see, Micah Parsons, if he's not back by if he's not back until mid-October, he may possibly miss the Dallas Cowboys game. I think he's going to really be pushing it, trying to get back for the Cowboys game. I think that's what he's going to be pushing for. But it's a possibility that he might not be back for the Dallas Cowboys game. See here, I think there's an interview on this, and the clip won't come up. Let me see if I can find it one more time. If not, I'll read this article. But Micah Parsons, it's talking about, they're talking about Micah Parsons will not be back until mid-season. Will not be back until mid-season. So if that's the case, if I'm not mistaken, they play the Cowboys on what, October the 6th?
The NFL Network.
All right, let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. Angie says he's not missing that game. He might not have a choice. We're going to see. He's not missing that game. I'll be honest with you, Angie, I wouldn't want him to miss it. Because then they say we beat him without him. But, hey, if he does miss it, I don't care as long as we beat him. I mean, at the end of the day. Let's see. But it's being reported over here he might not be back until mid-season. Let's check out Jane Slater over here, and here's what she's got to say about it.
Sports Center all of the time covering the Cowboys. Jane, great seeing you. What is the latest with George Pickens of who Coach was talking about there?
George Pickens signed that franchise tag back on April 20.
Okay, so she's talking about George Pickens in here, so I didn't know this part. So hopefully she'll get to Micah Parsons.
29th, Matt, but he has not been in the building this offseason, and he's not here today. You heard Brian Schottenheimer say right there, he talked to him on yesterday. He's in good spirits, and he's handling his business. But Schottenheimer also reiterated that OTAs are voluntary. I asked him, but what players are they going to miss when they're looking at this staff? You know, they were really intentional, Matt, this offseason about making sure they had the right staff, the right new defense. He told me it's less about learning the playbook and more about building connections. There are only 2 installs before training camp. You get one during OTAs, another at minicamp, so he's confident that Pickens can pick this up quickly. But he said the big thing here, and he says this isn't just talking about George Pickens. This is an opportunity for players to show their teammates they're doing everything in their power to get better at this thing. Now, for
What up, Bass? You came right on time, bro. Right when I was talking about the article that you sent me. You right on time, Bass. Right on time. What up?
what it's worth, I did talk to a source close to George Pickens, and I was told that Pickens will be here next week for the mandatory minicamp. But I should also point out that
breaking. Hold on. Hold on. Breaking news by Jane Slater.
power to get better at this thing. Now, for what it's worth, I did talk to a source close to George Pickens, and I was told that Pickens will be here next week for the mandatory minicamp. But I should also point out that he has been throwing away from the facility with his teammates like Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb.
That's fine, because Dak Prescott.
Okay. Breaking news. George Pickens will be here for the mandatories. All right. All right. Yeah, Andre Johnson, I think, you just wonder how an injury affects a player like Micah Parsons, where his strength is his speed and his power. Yeah, he won't be full strength. Yeah, because we've seen many people other than Adrian Peterson, who is a freak of nature, come back and it take him a whole year to get back right. Michael Postel said speed rushers never come back the same after an injury like that. Ooh, we gonna see. Smoke Check says she left out. He was doing his youth football camp. Headhunter said, but the question is, will he participate? He will come to avoid fines, but that are not forgivable. Will he participate? I don't think he'll participate a whole lot. I don't think he'll participate a whole lot. I don't. Because I think he's going to, he's going to try to limit himself to injuries. I know he's going. I think that's what he'll do. Yeah. You right, Bass. She's not always been right. Michael Postel. Michael, don't say that too loud. He said Micah's a one-trick pony. His explosive speed will be gone. Now what? Ooh, he better not lose that. Frank Lawrence said Parsons got paid, got injured, and been checked out to the Dallas Cowboys press pool. Yep. All right, let's see if the next part of this is about Micah Parsons, because that's what the title said.
His quarterback, CeeDee Lamb's his teammate, so maybe we'll keep an eye on this. Not maybe we will, but maybe he's getting some of that install in off and out of the facility. And the other side of the ball, you talked about changes. New defensive coordinator Christian Parker comes in from the Eagles. They draft the stud Caleb Downs out of Ohio State. So new coordinator, new great player. How might those changes manifest themselves come week one?
Well, today is Red Zone, and it's 2-minute work, so I don't know if we're going to be able to see really this thing in full bloom. I don't know how much we're going to learn schematically during practice, what they're going to be doing. But based on the fact that he learned a lot from Vic Fangio and Brian Flores, expect a defense to be built on disguise. Think about it this way. They'll show a too-high shell before the snap and then rotate into cover 3, quarters, or a match concept after the ball is snapped. Now, players like Caleb Downs, they become chess pieces. They can change the picture for quarterbacks and force hesitation. Now, there are still questions about whether Dallas has enough pass rush, but one person explained it to me this way. In today's NFL, confusion can be just as valuable as pressure. And as Schottenheimer pointed out, the best pass rush units, they don't rely on one star. They create pressure from multiple spots. One other note, Schottenheimer told us he's spending 50-50 time between the offensive and defensive meeting rooms this year. He said he's learning the math and spacing involved in facing defenses like Vic Fangio's and Brian Flores. If you look at the way this offense is played against those defenses, they've been pressed in spots. So this should help out the offense as much as they're hoping they just get a middle-of-the-pack defense this year to be competitive.
That's it. We got the numbers below you on the screen. Middle of the pack would be a much improved defense. Based on an offense, it's good enough to make a run in the playoffs. Mandatory minicamp starts June 16th. Cowboys open the season at the Giants September 13th. My old Dallas friend, Jane Slater. You'll see a lot of her here on SportsCenter. See you, Jane. Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate that one right there. It just wasn't the article that they said it was.
All right, what is not voluntary? Because
unless I clicked on something wrong. Well, she put on the video. Okay, maybe I read that wrong. Maybe my eyes are bad. All right. You make sure I keep that right there. That's a noteworthy clip right there. I'm going to use that. All right. I was trying to find the thing on Micah Parsons. But from what I'm hearing, Micah Parsons is back mid-season. Let me just see if I can read this article right here. All right, let's see. Says right here, according to ESPN, Parsons said Green Bay is following a strong 9-month rule before he is cleared to return to football. All right, here it is. Let me see if I can. All right, we'll let this ad play through, and then we'll let Micah Parsons tell us himself. Yeah. Boy, y'all got me rolling, boy. Y'all ain't talking about the women tanking around the Cowboys. Freddie Morella said he wouldn't notice the boys have the best-looking ladies reporters hanging out at the Star. The bar said, yeah, what'd he say? I heard this morning. Hold on a second. I couldn't see here. Boy, y'all got me laughing, man. What up, Rose? What up, football fanatic? We them boys said, I'm glad we heard that video. It was breaking news to me. It was to me, too. All right. Let's check out Micah Parsons. See if he verifies what Angie said. Angie said he is not missing that game against the Cowboys. Let's see.
The goal has always just been, not right now, but longevity with my career here. And I think they want that approach. And we have a pretty strong 9-month rule. So it's just all about, just through the research and the data, there's no good outcomes with players coming back early from ACL, especially if you add in all the other things that get fixed up. So it's just all about completing the rehab the best of our ability and then seeing where we're at from there.
Now, he just made a great point right there. I'm sure, yeah, the data. Yep, the data. I mean, the only person I ever known to come back from that stuff good is none other than, what's his name, Adrian Peterson. But Adrian Peterson was a freak of nature when he was in the NFL. He came back off of a torn ACL, I believe, and ran 2,000 yards. I mean, that is absolutely insane. I mean, I think he's probably the only person that I've ever heard of to do that. So we're going to see. 9 months. It'll be October, and it'll probably be more like mid-October. I'll tell you this. If Parsons is smart, I wouldn't wreck my career trying to play with the Cowboys. I mean, play against the Cowboys. I wouldn't do it. We them boys said Micah can play. We still winning that game. I believe so, too. But I'll tell you this, boy, I would not be ruining my career trying to play against the Cowboys. DeVaris Worley said, guaranteed money, the contract you will see is what I'm talking about. Who you talking about, Pickens? So we're going to see. But, man, that is crazy. So we play him, what is it, somewhere around October the 6th? We play him around October the 6th or something like that. So that's what we heard on Micah Parsons. Now, Bass, you still in the chat? Man, let me show y'all what Bass sent me. And I want to see if y'all are where I am on this thing with Micah Parsons. The thing that happened between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think any of us are ever going to know the entire truth about what happened between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. But I still say enough people do not give Micah Parsons enough blame for how that issue with Jerry Jones turned out. I don't think people give Micah Parsons enough blame. Micah Parsons wants to solely blame Jerry Jones for him no longer being with the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm sorry, it's just not true. It's just not true. And Michael keeps, and I don't even understand why, we're a year removed from this situation. We're a year removed from this situation. And we have Micah Parsons still out here trying to make himself blameless. My issue isn't that Jerry isn't partially to blame. The issue is Micah Parsons is not telling the truth when he's trying to make himself blameless. And he says some things in this clip. He says some things in this clip that Bass sent me that are absolute lies. And I'm going to show you that what he said, it is an absolute lie. And I'm just blown away,
Jerry,
that people keep listening to this stuff and they're believing Micah Parsons when Micah Parsons has told us lie after lie after lie, and we just eat it up and say, oh, well, I don't blame him. Wait a minute, a lie is a lie, bottom line. A lie is a lie. Bass said Parsons winded. Oh, man, hold on. We ain't gonna hate on my mods like that. But I just want to show you. I just want to give you the proof. This is not my opinion. Micah Parsons is a liar and almost delusional when you hear him explain this whole contract issue. Watch this. Bass, I got some additional footage I'm going to show you. I got something else I'm going to show you. I'm gonna let Micah Parsons lie in his own words. I'm not going to tell you he's a lie only. I'm going to let you hear how he's a liar. Listen to this. This is Micah Parsons. I'm not sure who this interview is with. Bass, I actually got the color clip, bro. I got the color clip on this one. Hold on. Let me go back, see if I can get it to come up. It didn't come up. All right, let's see. All right. Bass, I went and got the color clip, bro, from TikTok. Somebody put this on TikTok. But I'm going to give you some additional footage that people have forgotten about. But I'm about to bring y'all back to memory. Check this out.
When you're negotiating with Jerry, are you meeting with him in his office, having like Whataburger? Like, how is that going?
Me and Jerry would talk before. Like, we went to games together. Like, he would treat me just like
you're like
one
a
of his
son
favorite
to me,
players.
Micah.
Yeah, for real. We talked about anything. I go into his office.
Now, I want y'all to think about this. Y'all might not realize it, but people just absolutely excuse this behavior. Can y'all tell me the player that you've ever heard of? I mean, who is the player other than Michael Irvin? And we know that Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin negotiated their deal without an agent. So what do y'all think Jerry Jones is going to think? As Micah Parsons is clearly saying here, oh yeah, we went to games together, we hanging out. I mean, what else would you think? Listen to him. He's saying it on his own. Listen to this.
When you're negotiating with Jerry, are you meeting with him in his office, having like Whataburger? Like, how is that going?
Me and Jerry would talk before. Like, we went to games together. Like, he would treat me just like
you're like
one
a
of his
son to
favorite
me,
players.
Micah.
Yeah, for real. We talked about anything. I go into his office and he tells me that I'm the future of his team and
kiss of death right there.
I'm like, cool. This is where I want to be. He goes, but you need to do a team-friendly deal. And I was just like, I do.
Now, here becomes the issue. How do we know Jerry said that? How do we know Jerry actually said this? That you must give me a team-friendly deal. How do we know that Jerry said this? Hold on, let me read my sister Angie. Hold on, let's see. My sister Angie says, she said, gee, where do you be looking at? I see a lot of people blaming Micah, even in the comments on the videos like that. I see people, but I've also seen where a lot of people defend Micah Parsons. I mean, in some of those same things. I've seen so many people, Angie, say that it's Jerry's fault. Seen a whole bunch of people say that under some of these same videos. Now, I haven't looked at this one right here in particular. I haven't seen this one in particular. But, Angie, this is where I am. I'm going to give us the facts of the case. I'm not going to give my opinion on the blame. I'm just going to show where Micah Parsons is actually delusional. Now, none of us can verify whether or not Jerry told this man that you got to give us a team-friendly deal. None of us can verify that. But what we can verify is Micah Parsons was talking to Jerry Jones about his deal without his agent, and then tried to get a deal done and get his agent to come tag team, and did his agent get the rest of what he wanted from Jerry? I want you to hear this part.
We want to be the highest paid. Like, I don't care about how much. Like, I want to be the highest paid player at my position. Like, I do want to be.
Now, this is the part I want y'all to hear. This is the first time I heard Micah Parsons say this. Had anybody else ever heard Micah Parsons say this? See, the more they talk to him, the more he starts revealing things. Had anybody ever heard this before? Somebody tell me if you had. I had never heard Micah Parsons before this interview right here. I had never heard Micah Parsons say he wanted to be the highest paid player. He's saying it out of his own mouth. Listen to this.
But you need to do a team-friendly deal. And I was just like, I do want to be the highest paid. Like, I don't care about how much. Like, I want to be the highest paid player at my position. I have to do it for not just me, but the rest of the league, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got guys like Hutchinson coming after Will Anderson. That could completely throw off the whole market. You got to think about guys that's after you in the future of the league when you're doing these negotiations. And he was like, okay. But, you know, at the end of the conversation.
So wait. I want us to stop right there. I want y'all to keep that thought in y'all head. Micah Parsons told Jerry Jones in his office, because it didn't sound like he was opposed to, quote unquote, the team-friendly deal, as long as he was going to be the highest paid player in the league. Now, maybe there's some validity to this, because from what we understand, what Jerry was offering him was maybe Jerry wanted, I think, an extra year, but Jerry was also going to give him the most guaranteed money. At least that's what my understanding is. But let me show you why I have a hard time believing anything that Micah Parsons has to say about what Jerry Jones said in this deal. Because of what Micah Parsons said in front of the camera at ESPN. And this is when I first started this channel a little bit over a year ago. The room and everything looks different, and I noticed that I was about 10 or 15 pounds lighter. This is me. This is me reporting on this a little bit over a year ago. Room wasn't painted, nothing. And actually, I was in a different room. I want you to listen to Micah Parsons absolutely throw Dak Prescott under the bus. He absolutely threw Dak Prescott under the bus because Dak Prescott had just became the highest paid player in the league, and Micah Parsons went on ESPN absolutely throwing Dak Prescott under the bus. Check this out.
Never been saying some of the stuff that he was saying out in the court of public opinion. And it's amazing to me now how no one wants to remember what Micah Parsons said on the ESPN interview, and not only there, but he said other places. But let me remind you, let's roll it.
At that point, you know, I don't think there's a big difference between 30 and 40 million.
Wait a minute, what? What? Wait, what? There's no.
This is what he was saying in the open. I didn't make this up. He said it. But behind closed doors, do y'all see what Micah Parsons was doing? He was destroying Dak Prescott for becoming the highest paid player in the league and putting himself on a pedestal by saying there's no difference between $30 and $40 million. And he was actually sending this message to Jerry Jones saying, I don't have to be the highest paid player. But then, behind closed doors, what is he telling Jerry Jones? I'm sorry, I can't believe Micah Parsons. I can't believe him. Because Micah Parsons was saying one thing to us or to the court of public opinion, and then he's behind closed doors buttering Jerry Jones up saying, but I got to be the highest paid player. Which one is it? Wait a minute. He said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. I'm making this argument that this man is crazy.
No difference. I've been making this argument for months on this argument, and people are mad about it. It is ludicrous to say that. It was ludicrous to say it. It was ludicrous. Oh, wait. He's not done. Listen.
In my eyes, you know? And that's just me talking like...
Is David going to have to understand that too?
My agent might be mad at me. I even said that. But, you know, from...
Wait a minute.
Really? But instead of everybody being mad about Micah lying, I saw people in the media defending David Mulugeta. And I saw people out there defending Micah Parsons talking about, oh, his agent should be working his deal. Well, why was he trying to work it behind closed doors then? Why was he trying to work it behind closed doors? He's out here in the court of public opinion trying to make Dak Prescott look bad because Dak Prescott became the highest paid player. But then behind closed doors, he's saying, I want to be, but I must be the highest paid player. Which one is it?
Why would the agent be mad at Micah Parsons? Why would he be mad? Would he be mad because Micah Parsons is giving away leverage in a contract negotiation?
For me, I mean, bro, I've already been blessed enough, bro. Like, I can't complain too much in life.
Micah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Wait a minute. I'm not done. Let me go backwards a little bit. Let me let you hear.
Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. This is the same Micah Parsons that in this very article, in this very thing that Bass brought to my attention, and he's going to come back and he's going to say that Jerry was trying to screw him over. But in the grand scheme of things, if you ask me, he was trying to screw himself over. Come on. This is crazy work what this man was doing. Oh, hold on. We ain't done. I'm going to let Micah Parsons. Michael Parsons, people didn't want to remember this. Listen.
That ain't the rest of it. Let me go backwards. Listen to this part. Listen to this.
Season program, seen Dak take part of everything in getting his deal. What do you anticipate the next offseason being like for you when it comes to that contract?
Wait. They just asked him about Dak Prescott becoming the highest paid player. I want y'all to watch the smirk on his face. Watch the smirk on his face before he says what he says. Because he's aiming this comment at Dak Prescott. Listen.
Man, when it comes to the contract side, once again, I think, you know, I'm Jerry's guy.
Wait a minute, what? You're Jerry's guy.
Really?
Oh, okay. Listen.
I think they'll be quite, you know, I know it's easier said than done because I'm not at the table, but, you know, that's my guy, you know.
What player calls the owner their guy? Okay, so again, we think it's odd that Jerry did what he did with Micah Parsons. Let me show you another reason why it's not odd. Keep listening.
We talk about it and we talk about how much we appreciate each other, but I know numbers talk, but man, at the end of the day, whatever it takes for me to just continue to be a Cowboy until I retire, that's what I want. You know?
Oh, wait, hold on a second. He went from whatever it takes for him to be for Dallas Cowboys and retire to in the interview he just talked about that Jerry said, you must take a team-friendly deal. He said, but as long as I'm the highest paid player. Which one is it? Which one is it? There's no way I can believe nothing this dude is saying. Nothing. I can't believe anything he's saying. Nothing. This is absolutely hypocrisy and double talk. Just keep listening.
That's Micah Parsons. That's Micah Parsons. And he's made similar statements to these. Similar statements to these in the past. Jerry Jones.
I'm telling you, he threw Dak Prescott under the doggone dirt for becoming the highest paid player. For becoming the highest paid player. He threw him under the dirt. But then comes back later on because he wants to become the highest paid player. This is ludicrous what Micah Parsons did. He threw Dak Prescott totally under the, and I couldn't find the entire interview because I actually wanted to, let me see. I actually wanted you to hear his entire interview on this because it was absolutely crazy. It was absolutely crazy. The more you looked at it, the more you realized this doesn't make sense. Micah Parsons is the reason that some of these things happen in that contract. It was Micah Parsons. Nothing but hypocrisy. Nothing but hypocrisy. He's on television talking about he's been blessed enough, doesn't have to be the highest paid, but then he's behind doors telling Jerry Jones, but whatever happens, I have to be the highest paid, and I got to do it for the guys coming after me. This is actually one of the arguments that I made in the video. I couldn't find the other one, but it's actually one of the arguments that I made in one of the videos. I made the argument. Bad said, hey, AG, your mic was bad back then. I ain't gonna. Man, this dude, Micah Parsons, is a straight up liar, man. He can't be believed. And let's get to the second part, Bass. This is the part that is really insane to me. Listen to this part. You want to hear some crazy talk. Listen to this.
I said, you got to talk to my agent. Like, David has to clear this thing. Like, they sent a contract to David. They was like, I wouldn't take this deal.
So wait a minute. See, they skipping over parts. As JCT Slice says, you're skipping over comments. Micah Parsons is actually verifying that him and Jerry did come up with a deal because he says you have to send this to my agent, but my agent says that I wouldn't sign that. Why wouldn't, what would it be to sign? Unless Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones agreed to a deal. And this is why Jerry Jones was adamant about, no, I'm not going to let you negotiate a deal. Even though Stephen Jones said that we went back and forth sending deal after deal after deal. And let me see. And I'm thinking this is what the other part of this video. Hold on. I think this is the other part of the video that I actually have because Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones said they didn't just go back and forth one time.
Well.
They went back and forth multiple times. Hold on, let me see here. Let me see if this is the actual video.
No, me and Micah.
See, now if we pay attention to what Jerry Jones is saying, if you listen to Micah Parsons, he's actually verifying that him and Jerry came to a deal. Because the very deal that him and Jerry talked about, Jerry sent the deal over and David Mulugeta turned it down.
You want to see what's been leading up to this? This is what's leading.
About a month ago and said, I want to be able to talk to you at any time. And I said, Michael, you're one of the few, but we'll talk anytime.
They've been talking here.
That's just not something that you should worry about. You should be worrying about your ability to make it work, and you should be worried about what the player does. Does he have good enough health? Does he have enough skill to do what you're paying him the money for? The agent is not a factor here. And
this is why Jerry was saying some of these things. Micah took his butt in there and started trying to work that deal with Jerry. He absolutely did. And I'm going to let you hear the last part of this so I don't bore you to death. But I'm laughing because no disrespect to Clarence Hill, but it just makes me wonder, like, what is his view on this? Because every time I've heard Clarence Hill talk, he's always on the side of Micah Parsons, like Micah Parsons was not at fault and everything is Jerry's fault. But if you're listening to Micah Parsons, it's almost like he's verifying what Jerry said.
So I wouldn't take the deal.
What was the deal?
Like a 5-year, 200.
What was it you didn't like about it?
The structure wasn't good. Like the guarantees, the days, it has a lot to do with, is it fully guaranteed or is that injury guaranteed? What day does your money become guaranteed? People was like, yeah.
Now, if you listen to what he's saying, Jerry was offering him, and it sounds like Jerry was offering him somewhere around $200 million guaranteed. Now, the question becomes the difference in the total guarantees and the fully guaranteed and all of these different things. But Jerry was basically offering this man $200 million. And so what he got wrong, as in him talking to Jerry, he obviously got the structure wrong. And that's why you need an agent. And this is the very reason why that Micah Parsons shouldn't have never been in there talking to Jerry Jones. He actually should have never been in there talking to Jerry Jones about numbers. Never, ever. Because Dak Prescott even said that you don't talk to anybody about numbers. That's what you have your agent for. But he was in there talking numbers. They sent those numbers over, and obviously Michael didn't have a problem with those numbers until David Mulugeta said, nope, it isn't right. And so that's where all of the problems started coming. In. And Jerry is saying, nope, game, recognized game. I see exactly what you're doing. You tried to get it to a certain place so that David Mulugeta could come in and put the icing on the cake. And Jerry said no. Now listen to the last part of this interview. This is the most ridiculous part.
Yeah, Jerry offered you to be the highest paid player. You're greedy, but I was like, at the same time, he also said, F me with the structure of the deal. I want the power. I want to control you. And if you notice, majority of his deals that he's done with players, he has full control and leverage.
Give us the proof. I find it strange that Micah Parsons says that Jerry Jones creates the majority of his deals to where he has all the leverage. I find that to be strange with Dak Prescott being on the contract that he's on with a no trade clause. I find it to be crazy when we think about the deal that Ezekiel Elliott signed. I find that statement to be crazy with the deal that Zach Martin signed and the extension that Zach Martin got. I find that statement to be crazy when I think about the deal that CeeDee Lamb got. I find it to be crazy that Micah Parsons is saying what he's saying, and the Dallas Cowboys have screwed themselves over so many times with some of the worst deals in football. Nobody screws themselves over with contracts like the Dallas Cowboys. I'm sorry, nobody does. Up until the Cowboys rejecting that Micah Parsons deal, the Cowboys had continuously screwed themselves over with deal after deal after deal after deal. Man, people be listening to Micah Parsons and they be eating this stuff up. They may be listening to this stuff up. They eat it up. This dude, man, I like Micah Parsons, but I'm glad Micah Parsons is gone. The Cowboys didn't need this. They did not. They didn't need this. This is absolutely crazy. Crazy nonsense. It's just crazy nonsense. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Michael Postel, he said, yeah, Michael, you switched up. Exactly. Exactly, man. Exactly. I mean, this is one of the craziest things. I saw this because Bass sent me something, I think, I think 105.3 The Fan was talking about it, and then I came across the video and I said, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm just glad he's gone. We don't need any more of this stuff. I'm glad. I hope he's happy in Green Bay. I wish him all the success in the world. All the success in the world. David Duvall said, you show the evidence against Micah Parsons. I just let him hang himself. But a lot of people don't do that. They'll go and post clips and say, yeah, man, Micah Parsons was right. Okay. This is one of the craziest things they ever did. Yeah, Angie, I played both of them. I mean, it's just crazy. But it's just crazy. Bottom line, it's just crazy. We will never know the full extent of that conversation. But if I was Micah Parsons, Angie, I wouldn't talk about that situation no more. I would actually tell people it's over and done with. I would. I'd just say, hey, Miss Matrix, what's going on? She said you really don't care for Micah. Oh, yes, I do. I like Micah. I just don't like his antics. He's a Green Bay Packer. Why talk about the Cowboys? He's a Green Bay Packer. I'll be honest with you, Miss Matrix, I wouldn't answer any more questions about the Dallas Cowboys if I was Micah Parsons. I just think it's disrespectful to your team. I wouldn't do it. I would just say, man, I'm a Green Bay Packer now. I'm a Green Bay Packer. I'm not going to talk anything else about the Dallas Cowboys. I wish them all the luck in the world. And I'm a Green Bay Packer, and we're going to do what we do. I would not be dealing with this Dallas Cowboys stuff anymore. But he loves it. He loves dealing with the Dallas Cowboys stuff because he can't get what he wants with the Green Bay Packers, and that's the fame. And again, Angie, it'd probably take me another day to find exactly what I wanted on that. But Angie, my issue isn't about Jerry Jones is right, because Jerry Jones is wrong. It's not that Jerry Jones isn't wrong, but people like Clarence Hill, people like Ed Warder out there, they put all of the onus on Jerry Jones. And there are people out there who do it. They put all of the onus on Jerry Jones. And I'm just telling us, all the onus don't go on Jerry Jones. All you have to do is listen to what Micah Parsons is saying. If you listen to what he's saying, Micah Parsons is telling you where he was wrong without saying he was wrong. He's actually telling you what I did wasn't wrong. The fact that you went in there and tried to negotiate your own deal and then get mad that Jerry wants to honor that deal and not the deal that your agent wants to send? No. Jerry's saying, I'm not going to redo the deal. I'm just telling you. I mean, we don't have to like that. I'm not telling us we have to like it. I'm just telling you, Micah was doing some very underhanded stuff. He was doing some very underhanded stuff. Miss Matrix, nope, I'm not glossing over the fact that Jerry never talks to agents. Not glossing over that. Because Stephen Jones came back and said no. That if they tell us they want to talk to the agents, we deal with the agents. And the reason why I know this to be true, Miss Matrix, and what the thing about Jerry never talking to agents. So how does deals get done then? Because Dak Prescott didn't work his deal out with his agent. How do deals get done? CeeDee Lamb didn't get his deal done talking to Jerry Jones. It was his agent. How did Travis Frederick get his deal done? He didn't get his deal done talking to Jerry. He got it through his agent. I don't have to go back and play anything. I don't have to go back and play anything. Just because Jerry doesn't talk to agents doesn't mean that the deals don't get done through agents, because they do. Jerry likes to do deals without agents. That don't mean that those deals get done without the agents. And I don't have to go back and listen to anything, because guess why? Because all the proof is in the pudding. Because I don't know of any player other than Michael Irvin. I don't know of any player other than Michael Irvin that has gotten their deal done through talking to Jerry. All these players that get these deals from Jerry Jones, they get them through the agents. They get them through the agents. CeeDee Lamb didn't work his deal. He didn't work his deal with Jerry Jones. He didn't. Name a player. Name a player. I mean, we don't have to go back and play anything. The proof is in the pudding. Yeah, Jerry don't like talking to agents. That's the truth. I mean, Jerry, one thing I can appreciate about Jerry Jones, at least he's telling the truth, and he hasn't relented on it. Tell me when Jerry Jones has relented on saying he don't like dealing with agents. When has he ever said it? I mean, when has he ever said it? Jerry ain't never relented on that. Jerry crazy self was even saying this year that if a player, who was the player Jerry was talking about this year? Jerry was talking about a player this year. Oh, George Pickens. Yeah, he could get more with me if he just George could get more if he just dealt with me. Jerry ain't never stopped being Jerry. Jerry ain't never stopped being Jerry. Bottom line, we don't even have to go back and play that what Jerry said, because Jerry has never relented on that. Jerry has not relented on the fact that where he comes from, when you make a verbal agreement, he takes that as a deal. Jerry has never relented on that. He's never relented on that. So my issue, though, is with Micah Parsons. Because Micah Parsons was trying to play the okie doke. He went in there and tried to work out a deal with Jerry, knowing full well that it had to go through David Mulugeta, knowing full well that David Mulugeta was going to inflate that deal. Knowing he was going to do it. Jerry, I believe, is telling the truth on this part. They tried to play him. I do. I believe they tried to play him. Bottom line. And Miss Matrix, this is why you don't, and you're making a good point. They talk in circles. This is why you don't talk to them. This is why Dak Prescott, when they were doing all of this, do y'all remember what Dak Prescott said? You don't talk to Jerry about numbers. Dak Prescott said that. But what did Micah Parsons do? People got to hear what this man is saying in between the lines. Yeah, I went in there talking about numbers. But why would you do that? Why would you go in there talking about numbers? You shouldn't be talking to Jerry Jones about numbers. That's why the structure was terrible. Because Micah Parsons says that Jerry wants to be in control of the deal. So can y'all tell me a team that works out a deal with any player to where every team doesn't want to be in control of the deal? Y'all don't think that if every team out there could screw a player over and totally own them, they wouldn't do it? Why wouldn't they? It is not the team's job to give the player a fair deal. Now, I know we would love for the team to, it would be the team's job to give a player the fair deal. It's not the team's job. The team's job is to get the best deal for the team. That's their job. I mean, the reality is, if Jerry Jones could, he would have got Micah Parsons to play on a 5-year, $25 million deal. Because to Jerry Jones, that would have been better for the team. And even if we would have been mad and laughing and saying that Micah Parsons is crazy for taking a deal like that, you do realize that would be better for the team. Man, come on, man. We got to be honest. You try to condemn somebody for doing what they're actually supposed to be doing. It's not the GM's job to get the player a fair deal. That's why he uses an agent. And don't talk to any GM. It's not Jerry Jones. Don't talk to any GM about numbers. It's the bottom line. It's the bottom line. Nope, not glossing over the fact of anything about any players. What I'm talking, and again, Dominique, I can agree with you up to a degree. But I'm not buying what you're saying about Jerry not paying players. Let me tell you something. I don't give a doggone. If I'm Dak Prescott and you telling me that I got to wait till the day before the season to get $235 million fully guaranteed or whatever Dak Prescott signed, well, Dominique, maybe you different than me. I don't give a doggone if I got to wait till the game of the first game of the season. You paid me. We don't understand negotiation. In negotiations, everything isn't always on time. That's why it's called a negotiation, because the goal is you're trying to get as much as you can from the opposition. That's why it's called a negotiation. I don't give a doggone how long I have to negotiate. I'm not going to be crying about somebody giving me $235 million fully guaranteed the first game of the season. You think I'm crying about that? I don't know where y'all from, but I'm not crying about that. I'm not crying about that. I'm not crying about the deal that Ezekiel Elliott was able to totally screw the Dallas Cowboys on. I mean, you think about the deals the Cowboys have given out. We're still paying Zach Martin. We're still paying Zach Martin. Zach Martin got the Cowboys to extend him to get a retirement plan and then retired on us, and we still paying him. I don't care about, do Jerry haggle players over money? But one thing you cannot tell me about Jerry is that he doesn't pay his players, because he overpays them. He absolutely overpays them. He absolutely overpays them. And I am not talking about all of these other situations. I'm talking about the situation with Micah Parsons, because Micah Parsons was up in here causing a stink, making it like that they were trying to screw him over. And in reality, it was Micah Parsons who was in there trying to outsmart Jerry Jones and screw Jerry Jones and do some dirty work. Bottom line. Bottom line. Bottom line. And I'm going to tell you this. The Bible has a very powerful scripture. Romans chapter 8. All things work to the good of those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. Maybe it took what happened with Micah Parsons to get the Dallas Cowboys to where they are now. Maybe that's what helped get us to where we are right now. And if that helped us to get to where we are right now, I'm good. I'm glad Micah Parsons is gone. Don't need that kind of nonsense in the organization. Don't need it. He was too enamored by the lights. He was too Hollywood over here in Dallas. Good, he's gone. Now go somewhere where people are going to treat you fair. Go over there. I'm glad he's gone. It was one of the best things that happened to this team. They wouldn't have been no more than a game better had Micah Parsons been here. Matt Eberflus was going to be trash whether Micah Parsons was here or not. Bottom line. Matt Eberflus was always going to be trash. He was always going to be trash. So it's not like Micah Parsons was going to do anything other than do what he's been doing, get a whole bunch of sacks, get a whole bunch of quarterback pressures, and everybody be talking about he's the best thing since sliced bread. Nope. I'm happy for him. Let him go somewhere where they care about him. Let him go somewhere, as he said, he can focus on football when he was the one over here not totally focusing on football with a podcast. Goes to Green Bay, cancels the podcast. Find it all to be so comical. I find it all to be so comical. Boy, yeah, I remember that bass. I don't know if it was Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, or a combination of the two. I don't know if it was a combination of the two. I don't know if it was a combination of the two. So, again, I'm glad that we are where we are right now. Because maybe Micah Parsons was the thing that helped the Cowboys to do these deals differently. Because you think about this. Ever since the Micah Parsons deal, I want y'all to think about what the Cowboys have done. The Cowboys have went and got almost every single deal done early. The only deal the Cowboys have not gotten done early is the George Pickens deal. And I believe the George Pickens deal isn't about the Cowboys waiting. The George Pickens deal is about what the league is saying. Everybody wants to see George Pickens do it one more year. But ever since that Micah Parsons deal, they got Ty Smith done early. They got Ferg done early. They got Kevontae Turpin. And I think they did kind of put him out there on a tender, but they still got him done early. They got DeRon Bland done early. They're out there now doing these deals on time the way that they should be. Because the Ty Smith deal was great. They went out there. They've already redone, I think, some of Kenny Clark's deal. They were waiting on Quinnen Williams, but I don't think the Cowboys are going to wait on the Quinnen Williams deal. Maybe the Micah Parsons saga helped us to get to where we are today, so I like it. I like it. It is what it is. I like it. I like what the Cowboys are doing now. I can't cry with spilled milk. I can't cry with spilled milk. Even if I didn't like what the Cowboys were doing then, I like what the Cowboys are doing now. I am absolutely happy with what the Cowboys are doing now. Absolutely happy with it. I hope we stay on this same trajectory. I want us to go ahead and get George Pickens done, but I understand because it's not just the Cowboys are saying it. They're saying that the league is saying that they want to see George Pickens do it too. Poobie D said, make the deals early and save money on your cap. And this is what they've done with all these other deals, Poobie D. I can't continue to judge a man or anybody on their past. Now we got to hold them accountable for their future. But we didn't do that. We wait until the market is astronomical. And Poobie D, I do think that there was some marketing behind some of these things the Cowboys were doing. I think the Cowboys wanted some of these players to be the highest paid players. I really do. I think they wanted some of these players to be the highest paid players. I believe they prided themselves on players being the highest paid players. But now they're not doing this anymore. So I like what they're doing. Now, the George Pickens thing, I'm just telling you, it's bottom line. It's not just the Cowboys saying this. The league is saying they want to see it one more year from George Pickens. So it is what it is. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm like you, Bass. Ain't no point in keep crying over spilled milk. The past decisions are the past decisions. But the present decisions, I believe, are going to yield what we want. And I think it's going to yield us playoffs and Super Bowls. I do. I think it's going to yield us Super Bowls. Playoffs and a Super Bowl, I do. Yeah, Brandon Cup, I think Jerry is finally being a GM. Michael Postel, Michael hurt Jerry with that betrayal. Yeah, he did. Because Jerry Jones was absolutely in love with Micah Parsons. He was absolutely in love with him. I'm telling you, I was on the verge of saying check his DNA. I was thinking he was Jerry Jones' son because Jerry Jones absolutely loved him. Sam Harper said, I hope we do more things low-key. We're always on everyone's lips, but do our things regardless of the media and the hype. Yeah, the way they've done these last deals after Micah Parsons has been great. Everybody's crying about the George Pickens deal, but everybody's saying the same thing about George Pickens. It's not just the Cowboys. Everybody's saying the same thing. 805 bus stop, I agree with you on that too. Too many eggs in one basket. It's way too many. It's way too many. Way too many eggs in one basket. All right, let's get a couple of these. Let's get these last two segments out of the way here. I want to talk about, just for a few minutes, I want to talk about Ryan Flanoy. This is, man, Ryan Flanoy is about to get the opportunity of a lifetime. Ryan Flanoy is about to get the opportunity of a lifetime. Somebody wrote an article over here named Jerry Trotter. And I think some of this, what he's saying, is a very, very good point. Says here, Ryan Flanoy's stock is soaring at Cowboys OTAs without lifting a finger. Excuse me. Now, the reason why I think that what they're saying is, and let's read some of this and see if I'm on the same page with this. It says, the less said about the Dallas Cowboys 2025 season, the better. However, if you can gloss over the defense's historic inability to execute, easier said than done. There were a lot of positives to take on the offensive side of the ball. It says George Pickens evolving into an elite receiver was unexpected, but nobody ever questioned his talent. See, I made this point earlier. Bazzy 9, you're looking snazzy in that picture, man. I agree with you. Jerry's a changed man. We've seen that over the course of the past 2 years. I agree. Ever since that Micah Parsons thing, Jerry's been doing things differently. And it doesn't matter if someone says he's not, because I can show you at every turn where he is doing things different. He's not just, he's doing things different. Everybody's mad about the George Pickens deal. But other than this George Pickens situation, I've agreed with everything Jerry has done since the Micah Parsons issue. I can't think of anything since the Micah Parsons issue that Jerry has done that I didn't agree with. Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. Matt Eberflus. Didn't agree with Matt Eberflus. But I made that, I already made that plain and clear. I didn't agree with that. But Jerry Jones quickly corrected that after the season. They didn't even wait. They let Matt Eberflus go, him and his staff. They are doing a knockdown, drag-out job. And I believe in the end, we're going to realize that even with George Pickens, they've done a great job. They've done a great job. Everything they've done since Micah Parsons, I love every last bit of it other than this George Pickens thing. But it says here, and again, I said it earlier, I don't think anybody expected George Pickens to do what he did. It says the more surprising development was the emergence of second-year wideout Ryan Flanoy, who morphed into a dependable wide receiver 3 by season's end. It says when you consider that Flanoy was buried on the depth chart this time last year, his sophomore year breakout becomes that much more impressive, and Cowboys fans are eager to see what the former 6th-round pick has in store for an encore. It says while OTAs only just started this week, Flanoy's stock is already on the rise. Why? Because Pickens was not in attendance per Mike Leslie of WFAA until Pickens reports. Flanoy effectively slots in a wide receiver 2 behind Lamb, giving him a golden opportunity to piggyback on the momentum he generated last year. Now, I'm going to tell you why also Ryan Flanoy is going to continue to benefit from this George Pickens situation. Ryan Flanoy is going to benefit from this George Pickens situation because even when George Pickens shows up, I don't believe George Pickens is going to be doing as much. I don't believe he's going to be doing as much. I don't. I believe you'll see George probably doing some stretching, some walkthroughs. I think he'll be doing some things like that. But I don't think he's going to be full blast, even probably at Oxnard, California. I just don't think he's going to be all out doing so many things. I think they're going to try and limit what he does as much as they can. Ryan Flanoy is going to continue to benefit from this because Ryan Flanoy is going to be lined up at the second wide receiver spot. Ryan Flanoy will absolutely be lined up at the second wide receiver spot. And so this is only going to help the growth of one Ryan Flanoy. And Ryan Flanoy has a great opportunity to really show this league that he is a second or a 1B wide receiver. Ryan Flanoy has a very high ceiling. And this thing with George Pickens, it only benefits him. It's going to benefit him. And I'm glad that it's benefiting him because I don't think there's going to be any kind of holdout with George Pickens. I'm praying that there's no injury, and I'm definitely praying there's no faked injury. But the more Ryan Flanoy gets to work out, the more dependable he will be if something comes up, similar to what happened last year because CeeDee Lamb got hurt. CeeDee Lamb got hurt last year. Ryan Flanoy rose to the occasion just like George Pickens. And so this is going to be even better for one Ryan Flanoy. It's going to be even better for one Ryan Flanoy. So I'm glad to see Ryan Flanoy continue to get his opportunity. Says here it should do wonders for Flanoy's confidence and allow him to hit the ground running once September rolls around. I agree. There's been no indication that Pickens will report until practices become mandatory, which will be, week? They said he's going to be there. I didn't think next week was mandatory. So we'll see, because I thought the week after next was going to be mandatory. But nevertheless, Flournoy finished the season with 40 catches for 474 yards and 4 touchdowns, while an impressive line given he had to unseat Jalen Tolbert. It fails to underscore his efficiency. Yeah. Says not only did 29 of his receptions result in first downs, but he finished 14th among receivers with a 111.8 passer rating when targeted and 20th with 5 yards after the catch per reception. He also dropped just 1 pass. Yeah, that's nice. Yep. That's nice. And again, did it help Flournoy that opposing defenses devoted most of their attention to Lamb and Pickens? Absolutely. But the film showed a player who was much more than a product of circumstance. He got open consistently, made tough catches in traffic, and was difficult to bring down in the open field. Expectations for Flournoy have changed dramatically in the span of a year. Once an afterthought in the wide receiver room, he's now a key piece of the Dallas Cowboys passing attack. Now, just to show you how forward-thinking I was, I'm not saying I'm the smartest man in the world, but to show you just how forward-thinking I was about Ryan Flournoy. Let me show you where I was on Ryan Flournoy. Any of you who have been following me from the beginning, you will remember this. Let me pull this up. I actually did quite a few videos on Ryan Flournoy, didn't I? I'm laughing because I don't do this a lot when I look back, but I'm looking back at some of these videos I made about Ryan Flournoy, and I think there's one on here. Well, I think there's actually one on here. This is the one I think I was talking about him being like Dez Bryant. Let me see. Again, I'm telling you, Ryan Flournoy may very well be the best third receiver the Cowboys have right now on this roster. All right, now that you have all that, let's roll it. This was me last year. In the past, Dez Bryant was a beast. And I'm saying this because Flournoy got some Dez Bryant in it. He got some Dez Bryant in it. And I think he has the piece that they never developed in Dez Bryant. He's got the route running. And you got to think, we're in a different age now. I mean, even when Dez Bryant was coming up, Dez Bryant was raw talent. I mean, these kids coming up today, they're working with the footwork king. I mean, they got their own personal coaches they're working with and showing them how to run routes, footwork, and all kinds of stuff. So you can tell he's one of these new product wide receivers, and he's got the skill set. He's got the skill set. Now, I don't think he's quite the physical raw specimen like Dez Bryant was, but he's got some of that. And I think that this guy Flournoy, I think Flournoy is going to be an absolute beast. Just go look at his highlights. This guy's a monster. And he's showing flashes. He's showing flashes. And I'm sure the coaching staff is looking at it. Flournoy, shoe in to make the team. Better watch out. Flournoy might be 4th on the depth chart, and before you know it, he might be alternating in and out with the 3 and the 2 in the slider on the outside. Flournoy, he's going to be one to watch. Yeah, that was me in Ryan Flournoy's rookie season, man. That was me in Ryan Flournoy's rookie season. I've been talking about this dude. I've been talking about this dude. And you said that's Jay 20 years ago. Man, it looked like 20 years ago, man. I tell you that. It looked like 20 years ago. But Ryan Flournoy, man, I've been talking about this dude, Ryan Flournoy. I've been talking about this dude, Ryan Flournoy. I've been talking about him. I was talking about him even being the most important wide receiver. And I was trying to find that video where I was talking about I talked about Flournoy being the most important wide receiver on the Dallas Cowboys team. I talked about it because I kind of knew that teams were going to be keying in. They were going to be keying in on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And so, man, I am so happy for Ryan Flournoy. Yeah, Quentin Scott, they used to say I look like Mike Tyson. Yeah, I wish I had the money that Mike Tyson had back in the day. Yeah, I'm telling you, Cognado, man, people don't be believing me, man. Tell them. You're gonna call me a prophet before it's over. I was already talking about Ryan Flournoy. I was. In that rookie season, people thought I was crazy then. Well, Ryan Flournoy is really coming into his own. He is really coming into his own. And so, I'm liking it. I'm liking what Ryan Flournoy is doing. All right, let's check out another thing here. Last segment for today. This is why I came on early today. I made sure I'm coming on early. Matter of fact, man, I may start coming on earlier. Y'all tell me what y'all think about the 2:30 time. It does seem to be more people, though, when I come on at 4:30. The 4:30 time slot, it seems to be a lot more people. So today, but I can't tell. It's Thursday. It's not a lot going on out there with the Cowboys, so you can't really tell right now kind of what the flow of everything is. All right, so the Dallas Cowboys also, last segment of the day. Dallas Cowboys out here signing some wide receiver. Man, I'm not even sure. You know what? I'm going to give you a bonus thing, too. I'm going to give you a bonus thing, but hold on. I don't even know. Cowboys signed some wide receiver. I think his name is Jaden Smith. I don't know what Cowboys out here doing with these wide receivers. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what they're doing. Miss Matrix, you said if Aaron comes back, no. 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 And no hate on J Tuck. Let me tell you why. These are two different situations. I don't think Dez Bryant has been staying in the shape that Aaron Donald's in. Miss Matrix, I follow Aaron Donald on TikTok. Aaron Donald is an alien. This dude is an alien. Aaron Donald, when he left, was at the top of his game. I think Aaron Donald just got tired of football. I don't think Dez Bryant could come back to football right now. I'm just not sure that Dez Bryant, I don't know, maybe he could prove all of us wrong. I just don't think Dez has been staying in that kind of shape. I'm sure Dez still works out. I'm sure he's in great shape. I know he's in better shape than I am. But I'm not sure he could come back and play football. Miss Majors, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not even sure if Aaron Donald could come back, and I know he's in great shape. Man, he's been sitting on the couch for a minute. And I know everybody talking about Aaron Donald coming back. I think if Aaron Donald comes back, I think it's going to take a lot to get Aaron Donald to come back. I really do. And you tell me what you think, Miss Matrix. Not only do I think it's going to take a lot to get Aaron Donald back, but I also think that they won't get him during, I don't think it'll be during the first part of the season. I think it'll be somewhere around mid-season when he comes back. I don't think it's going to be, if Aaron Donald comes back, I don't think it'll be the first game of the season. I think he'll have to work himself back and get there right around the trade deadline time, because being out of football that long, oof, that is tough. That is tough. So, I hadn't watched the video. I saw that title. I'm pretty sure he was probably just kind of making fun. But again, Miss Majors, you tell me what you think. I follow Aaron Donald. I'm telling you, Aaron Donald is a phenomenal athlete. This dude is a gifted athlete. Just bottom line. It just said, well, get Michael Irvin out of retirement. And you said get Michael Irvin out of retirement, too. And I'm going to tell you something about Michael Irvin. He looks like he's in great shape. Michael Irvin looks like he can still play. But, man, he ain't coming back, man. Bernard Field said Aaron Donald got a king-size weight bench. Aaron Donald is an alien, y'all. I'm telling you. I mean, if you want to follow him on TikTok, he is a great follow. This dude does things the day that you're like, this dude, man, he looked like, I don't know if he still can, Miss Matrix, but he definitely like he can still play. All right, let me go over here real quick. I have no clue who this is. I really don't. I'm going to be honest with you. He's 6'6", 210 pounds. And I'm just telling you, man, that is light. That is absolutely lightweight for a wide receiver. I mean, he's super tall, man, but 210 pounds, 6'6". I'd be afraid for him to get hit. Excuse me. I'd be afraid for him to get hit. I figured somebody might break his bones. Says Cowboys signed former Nevada wide receiver Jaden Smith per Transaction Wire. Cowboys reporter Joseph Hoyt wrote on X on Wednesday, Smith spent time with Tampa Bay last season after going undrafted. It's the second wide receiver they've added this week. They've also signed SMU UDFA wide receiver Romello Brinson. One note, Smith is 6'6". I have no clue what they're doing on this. I would say, I guess they're trying to get special teams players. I mean, how many wide receivers are you going to carry on the roster? Let's see. Let's pull up this Cowboys roster one more time. I mean, how many wide receivers? I mean, I don't think you can. What are you going to carry? 6? I mean, even if you carry 7, what in the world are you going to do with all these wide receivers? Let's see what the Cowboys are up to on these wide receivers now. Cowboys on these wide receivers. I mean, look at how many wide receivers the Cowboys have. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. I don't know what they do with all these wide receivers. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know. I can tell you this. It ain't for an emergency for George Pickens. Because ain't none of these wide receivers going to make up for that production. I don't know what all this is. I mean, last year we heard everybody talking about Trayshawn Holden. I don't think Trayshawn Holden going to make the squad this year. I mean, these are your 3 wide receivers. This ain't changing. Unless there's something drastic. Kevontae Turpin is going to be on the team. He's under a contract, and it's a big contract for him. So if you're going to carry 6 wide receivers, well, you got a whole bunch of these dudes. What is that? I mean, you got at least 7 of these wide receivers that are not going to make it. If you go with 7, 6 of them are not going to make it. So some of these guys are obviously going to be on the practice squad. But I'll tell you this, whatever they're doing, none of these people are taking the place or even filling in for George Pickens. They're just not doing it. So I don't know what they're doing. Shoot, Headhunter 210 is light for an NFL player 6'2", 6'3". He's 6'6". It's crazy work. It's crazy work. DeVar's Worley, I'm still holding out hope the Cowboys are going to sign George Pickens July 15th. I'm still holding out hope. I'm still holding out hope. Hallelujah. I agree with you. They're camp bodies. Probably just bringing in some competition. Bass said, true, good point. A lot of these dudes going to get that knock at the door, grab your playbook. Coach was thinking his Yeah, man, I don't know what they doing, bro. So, they went and got this guy named Jaden Smith. I mean, only Jaden Smith I know is Will Smith's son. That's all I know. It's the only Jaden Smith I know. I mean, I'm not even seeing anything about his 40 time or anything, and I didn't even bother to go look at it. I just kind of figured that they said he's a possible red zone threat. He got to make the team first. They said this is where he thrived in college. Okay. All right, I can see that. 6'6". He's definitely a tall target. Said he's an elite red zone threat. He's so elite that Tampa Bay didn't keep him. Okay, I see. Yeah, he wound up with the Cowboys. So, I don't know. We'll see. But that's all I got on that. I have one more thing I want you to check out. I wanted to show you something real quick on the Cleveland Browns trade. And I'm telling you right now, the Cleveland Browns were hunting something very specific, because the more this stuff keeps coming out about the Browns, the more I'm realizing that the Cowboys, and I've already said this, the Cowboys were never winning any kind of trade. They were never winning this thing on Myles Garrett. So it talks about the Eagles. They were pursuing Myles Garrett. It says who were pursuing a trade for Myles Garrett. The Eagles were pursuing a trade for Myles Garrett. It says offered the Browns a multi-draft package, a multi-draft pick package that included a first-round pick and either Nolan Smith Jr. or Jalix Hunt. But Cleveland rejected and was only interested in Jalen Carter. So this is kind of telling me again, the Browns were looking for something very specific. And if there's anything they're looking for on the Cowboys team, as far as defense goes, the only player I could think of is Quinnen Williams. And the Cowboys were not cutting ties with Quinnen Williams. Because I guarantee you the Browns wouldn't want Overshown. I mean, it got the roster right here. Just thinking about the fact that they wanted Jalen Carter, then the only player on defense for the Cowboys I could think of is Quinnen Williams. He's the only player I could think of. I don't think they'd want Obonya. I don't even think they want Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary. They could have got him if they would have wanted him, probably. I don't think they would have wanted Overshown, Winters, Ezra Raku. And they were not getting Caleb Downs. You were not doing that. So in the grand scheme of things, it seems to me that, for everybody who keeps saying the Cowboys were not aggressive enough, I don't think they could have been aggressive enough, because I think it would have required Quinnen Williams. If you're looking defensively, it's the only thing you could have traded for him. So nobody was doing it. I just don't think anybody was beating the Rams on this deal. And now, of course, we got the Rams. Again, everybody got the Rams picked to win the Super Bowl. I'm excited about it, because my sentiment is this simple. Anything less than a Super Bowl victory by the Rams is failure. It's absolute failure. It is absolute failure. You don't go make the deal they made and not win the Super Bowl. It is absolute failure. But I tell you this, I am excited about this Dallas Cowboys team this year. I am absolutely excited to see what Brian Schottenheimer can pull off in his second season. I think Brian Schottenheimer is doing a great job as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer has united this Dallas Cowboys team in ways that I never imagined that a team could be unified as the Dallas Cowboys. I am absolutely blown away at the trust that Jerry Jones has put in one Brian Schottenheimer. I just got to admit, I'm blown away. I like the way Brian Schottenheimer, for a coach that's never been a head coach, Brian Schottenheimer seems to have a great plan. He just seems to have a really, really good plan. And I'm excited about it. And I think we all ought to be excited about Brian Schottenheimer. And I really think Brian Schottenheimer, if he does what he did when he's with the Seattle Seahawks, I'm going to take Brian at his word. Brian Schottenheimer said he's been out there studying other defenses. He's been listening to Christian Parker, and he's trying to figure out ways to evolve the Dallas Cowboys defense. And you absolutely have to figure out a way to evolve I mean, not the Dallas Cowboys defense, Dallas Cowboys offense. He's trying to figure out ways to evolve the Dallas Cowboys offense. And I think it's important because when you got as many weapons as the Dallas Cowboys have, it is a travesty to not be dominating more than the Cowboys, not be dominating even more than what the Cowboys did last year. Cowboys were bad in the red zone. Cowboys had a lot of drive stalls once they got past the 50-yard line. Cowboys settled for way too many field goals. So many things. For as many things that went right on offense, we also saw a lot of things that went wrong on the offense. And there is a lot of room for improvement with the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm excited about Brian Schottenheimer's second year. I'm excited that we still have George Pickens. Praying that nothing goes off the rail with George Pickens. Praying that, man, I'm actually hoping that George Pickens actually gets extended July the 15th. I'm holding out hope. I'm not going to give up on that hope. And it's not hope based on facts. It's just hope built on my wishes. I'm not going to give up on that hope. I'm just praying that something happens and the Cowboys sign George Pickens. And, man, we really take off after that. I'm really excited about that. So, very excited about Christian Parker. I want to see what happens with his defense. Really want to see what happens with his defense. Can Christian Parker do what a lot of these defensive coordinators have not been able to do in their first year? Can they get their defense? Can Christian Parker get this defense on track? Can he get this defense on track and have it really doing well out the door? Can he do it? Can he get it going out the door? So, for the most part, man, I'm excited about Brian Schottenheimer. I think he's doing a great job. Just got to see what the play calling is going to be this year. But for the most part, I'm excited about the Cowboys. So, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. We'll see what happens. I think Brian Schottenheimer is probably going to start his interviews because last year was an interview before every single OTA practice. So we'll see what happens. I think Shotty's going to start talking a little bit more. DeVaris Worley says, CP look good on the field. G, we ready. I'm excited about it. Appreciate you, Poobie D. Yeah, 805, he said, boring unless your coverage teams are terrible, then become the Achilles heel. Yeah, I'm ready. Ready to see what this team does. Yep. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Always appreciate the great discussions from the chat. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.